here's a team that is, and the only reason I bring it up real quick, here's a team that is, I just looked it up. They're 7.5 games out of 5, but they're 500 right now. They are 64-64. They're 500.
Yeah, but that team had massive expectations coming into this season.
They did.
And they have star players.
They did. But I'm just saying, it seems to me, and we're going to talk about this more tomorrow. Are you in tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Well, hang on. We're going to talk about this more tomorrow. It seems to me like Pittsburgh teams, in general, they just don't have that will to make bold moves when it comes to coaches and whatnot. Anyway, we got to go. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins reportedly made a trade acquiring Rutger McGroarty, forward who's a top prospect in the Winnipeg organization, for the Penguins' top prospect, Braden Yeager. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. The time is 1:53. It's time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia. See what they can do for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 93.7thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Yankees and Guardians play the rubber match of their 3-game series today in New York. The Yankees bashed their way to a win on Wednesday as Juan Soto and Aaron Judge both went deep. New York will send ace Garrett Cole to the mound today, looking for the series win. The BetQL model likes to match up with Cole on the Hill in the Bronx. Their best bet in baseball today is taking the Yankees on the money line. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Dog days of summer are here. And South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. Choose from a 2024 Grand Cherokee starting at $279 a month for 27 months. Or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $395 for 42 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Green Day present the Saviors Tour. Live in Pittsburgh, PNC Park, September 1st. Performing both Dookie and American Idiot in their entirety, plus fan favorites and tracks from their new album, Saviors, with the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Green Day, the Saviors Tour, fueled by Monster Energy.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-690-8974. That's 800-690-8974. 800-690-8974.
That's the power of Bowser.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer Doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
The new showroom is now open at CGR, and it is off the charts cool, man. I'm like a kid in a candy store with this. Whether you're a contractor or do-it-yourselfer like me, CGR Wholesale has everything you need under one roof. The new showroom offers beautiful displays featuring Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, Provia siding that's made right here in America, and much more. And don't forget about the product that started it all. Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, fully stocked and ready to rock, and everything is on display to make it easy for you to finalize your project. Stop in and check it out. They're located on Route 51 South in Ross Draver and online too at CGRWholesaleRoofing.com. The best customer service, prices, and expertise in town, hands down.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Fall is the perfect excuse to update my wardrobe. So I went to Kohl's and fell in love with dressing up all over again. And all for less. With their friends and family sale, I saved 20% on polished pieces for me and my husband. Like dresses, button-downs, and shoes. Plus, I earn Kohl's cash. Don't take my word for it. Get to Kohl's and discover fall faves for yourself. Select styles. Offers end August 25th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Steelers are going to play their starters Saturday in Detroit. Mike Tomlin just confirmed that. Paul Skenes on the mound for the Pirates tonight on The Fan. 6:40 first pitch, leadoff show at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Again, as I mentioned, in the mindset that it's a dry rehearsal, man, I want to see the fruit of the labor that I've seen out here on the practice field. We've had some really awesome practice days and shown really good consistency and fundamentals and splash playability, but I haven't seen it in stadium yet. So in a perfect world, I'd like to see that in the stadium before I move on to provide reps to some other guys that are trying to, get a job for themselves.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. At 2:05, it's the PM team. Donnie Football back in studio. We are live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. This place is filling up already. Fans trickling in for Paul Skenes Day. That is 6:40 at PNC Park, but we've got the Steelers again on Saturday. Mike Tomlin wanting to see splash and wanting to see something good in the last preseason game. That's why he's quote-unquote punishing his star players by making them play in an extra preseason game, while the Lions are going to play mostly scrubs and scrubinos against the Steelers on Saturday. Malzy, do you have concern for the offense overall right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you 3 positions. I want you to tell me which one you're most concerned about.
Okay.
Steelers offensive line, Steelers wide receivers, Steelers quarterbacks.
Steelers offensive line, because the other two are mainly functions of how the first one plays. The quarterback cannot play his position effectively if he doesn't have time to throw. The wide receivers cannot do what they're supposed to do and connect with the quarterback unless they have time to run their routes. The offensive line, my stance on Broderick Jones. I'm not going to rehash what I think they're doing there and how dumb I think it is. Troy Fautanu is still not ready to go yet. He says, or according to Jerry Dulac, he's going to start week 1. Fautanu thinks he'll be healthy enough to go, but he's not out there yet going full bore. Broderick Jones has a bad right elbow and should be playing left tackle, but they insist on continuing to play him at right tackle. And at this point now, they're pot committed to that. I don't like their left tackle. And as much as I do like the center, he is still a rookie who is going to be tasked with, although he'll be helped by, I would imagine, Sayamalu especially, making calls, doing things he's never done at a level he's never done them to start the season. So you combine the newness of the center, the newness of really Fautanu as well, and then eventually the newness of Broderick Jones at that position, when they're all even healthy, you have a lot of question marks and things to iron out. So I have real concern about that group, and that trickles down to the rest of the offense.
Donnie, how about you? What are you most concerned about, O-line, wide receivers, or quarterbacks?
Well, it's pretty natural to say, especially after how Saturday looked, that offensive line would be the easy answer here, and I do agree with Chris. I mean, they are what drives the bus, especially with what the Steelers want to do offensively. But here is what I'll say about the offensive line, at least in comparison to wide receiver, because those are my two top concerns. The offensive line just needs that time to gel and get things going. I think they have the actual players to get the job done. It just comes down to that cohesion that you get with the five guys across the board. I am concerned about Jones and the elbow, and you have very young talent on that offensive line, but they have the players, I think, to get the job done. The receivers don't. The receivers still have just one good player, and that's it. So, I mean, yeah, maybe some good things from Roman Wilson this year as a rookie, but otherwise, there's only really one good player that you can truly count on in that whole position group.
Compelling, persuasive enough rebuttal where you're ready to change your mind, Malzy?
No.
No?
No, because I still think it all bleeds down as a function of how your offensive line's playing. I mean, a very high-quality rebuttal, I'd expect nothing less, and I'm appreciative that Donnie, an offensive lineman by trade in his high school days, went away from the offensive line as his pick, but it's not enough to get me to change and move off my spot.
I'm surprised, though, because Donnie's point is, if you look at the guys in the offensive line room compared to the guys that are in the wide receiver room, there's just more talent.
There is
among the offensive line, but you're just not convinced that the Steelers are going to be able to.
It's got to coalesce quickly.
That?
It's got to coalesce very quickly. And also in an Arthur Smith offense, if we're talking about the wide receivers, you have to include Pat Freiermuth, who would make me feel a little better, although I'm not the biggest Pat Freiermuth fan in the world as far as his play so far. I think he's a good dude, but hasn't shown me a ton since his rookie year. But you would have to lump him in there and probably put him as the second-best pass-catching target, which doesn't make it look overwhelmingly better, but makes it look better from a talent perspective. Because then you've got 2 second-round picks headlining your pass catchers, one of whom absolutely is a first-round talent in Pickens, and the other guy was a bona fide second-rounder. I mean, I get where he's coming from. It is a good argument. I worry about so much coming from that offensive line.
There's been a lot of complaining about the Steelers' offense based on what's happened in these preseason games. We'll talk about all three, offensive line, wide receiver, quarterback, but I do want to find out from you where you come down on things. What are you most concerned about? 412-928-9370. We'll give away 2 tickets to see Green Day to the answer that I think is the most interesting or the most entertaining or the best. I'm going to make a case for quarterbacks, why I'm most concerned about that position. Do we have an elite guy? No, right? I mean, we don't have I made a case yesterday that there's a decent chance based on history that Russell Wilson won't suck and will be good. So many of the guys from his age demo and also his resume change teams late in their careers and do well for themselves. But I don't think the best offensive line is winning Super Bowls. I don't think the best wide receiver room is winning Super Bowls. I think it's generally speaking who's got the best quarterbacks. And I think, like, if we're trying to close gaps, what's separating the Steelers from contender to pretender, I think it's that more than anything else. I mean, the Chiefs, I mean, as much as I hope the Steelers get Brandon Ayuk, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year with wide receivers who almost literally couldn't catch the football.
I mean, I think Marquez Valdez-Scantling actually, and Kadarius Toney especially, attempted to not catch the football.
Valdez-Scantling, we saw him with the Bills on Saturday. He got hurt in the game, but he might not even make their team. I mean, and that was one of the primary targets for
the Chiefs. The Chiefs the last 2 seasons are the best argument for what you're describing, and I do think you're happening to use the obvious gold standard. They beat an Eagles team that top to bottom was immensely well constructed, like fully formed and realized with great wide receivers, great line play. The Niners, same thing, and it still didn't matter.
If we were living in an era of football where it's like, damn, it's not the Hall of Fame quarterbacks or great quarterbacks or all-pro quarterbacks who are winning Super Bowls, it's the most complete teams. It's the teams that are built on defense or the teams that have, great line play.
When the hell has that era actually existed? It hasn't. It really hasn't existed. Terry Bradshaw won 4 Super Bowls in the 70s. The Cowboys were winning it with great players at the position. The Raiders won with Stabler, or with Plunkett, actually. When has the Niners dominated the 80s? You're making really a historically evergreen argument here.
Right. So are you going to change your mind because of what I'm saying?
No, mine's still right. No, I mean, here's the real takeaway that I have from all three of us stating our respective cases here. There's good reason to play all these guys in this game. There's also good reason, I think, to feel uneasy about the Steelers. They have a line that's very unsettled. They have a pass-catching core that is very unproven outside of their first guy, and they don't have a dude at quarterback. I was trying to list elite quarterbacks, Pony, while you were saying, were you just bringing up the rhetorical question, do they have an elite one? There are three names that automatically come off the top for me, Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow.
Yep.
Okay, if I extend it to guys who are very tough in the regular season, Jackson needs to get included there because he's been really good. Purdy, I think, so far has to actually warrant inclusion. He's played in a pair of NFC title games. He at least operates that system at a high level. And then you have an entire next tier of players who are better than what the Steelers have. Justin Herbert's better, isn't he?
Yes.
Jared Goff in that offense absolutely is.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts had a down year. He's still, I think, somebody you'd bet on before you'd bet on either of the Steelers guys, right?
Yes.
Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
I'm just naming names here, and that's a lot of players throughout the league.
I disagree with you, though, on the playing thing. I think if Tomlin had decided to not play these starters, it would make me feel better about the situation.
Because he would have seen enough?
No, because that would be his way of telling us what we saw in the preseason doesn't really matter.
Well, that's what I mean. He would have been at ease by them.
Yeah, I'm going to play Kyle Allen the whole game because I don't want to risk these guys getting hurt. There's nothing that can be
counterpoint, when would you ever look at Mike Tomlin's evaluation, especially of offense, and think, yes, that his word is gospel here?
412-928-9370. We'll ask you, among the areas of concern with the Steelers' offense, which one is the biggest? Malsey says offensive line. Donnie says wide receiver. I say quarterback. What's your answer? 412-928-9370. Best call will win 2 tickets to see Green Day at PNC Park Labor Day weekend. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Headline, and then we're right back with your calls on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Reds tonight, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Paul Skenes gets the ball for the Buccos. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar. We're not that far away from Mike's. I know they pack them in for Skenes nights, and we've got one tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Get over to Mike's before the game and take advantage of their eclectic beer menu. It is so big, so robust, so amazing. Beers from around the world, but also beers from right here in Pittsburgh. As the fall beers are starting to get rolled out, some of the summer beer still there too. The ones made right here in Pittsburgh. Also, steak on a stone, wings, brand new TVs to watch all the action. Some pro football tonight there too over at Mike's. So meet me at Mike's today right next to PNC Park.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Talking about USA Flag Football QB Daryl Doucette. I understand whereby the flag football bros are unhappy that the NFL is going to move in and rip their sport from them when they were the ones that developed it. However, there's got to be a better way to make your point than saying, I am better than Patrick Mahomes because I have a higher football IQ. He actually said that. I'm Jim Rome.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for a half century. We are live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. This place is really packed to the gills. I'm waving at people right now. They're offering to buy me drinks. Sorry, guys, not yet. Wait until at least later in the show. Thank you. Hi, nice seeing you.
Hey, there's Jeff in South Park.
Hey, Jeff. This place really fills up for these Skenes starts. Talking about the Steelers game in Detroit, everyone's going to play. A lot of angst, a lot of concern, a lot of worry about the Steelers offense. What's your biggest worry? Is it the offensive line? Is it the quarterback? Is it the wide receiver? We're split 3 ways on this. Donnie said wide out. Mulsey said O-line. I said QB. 412-928-9370. Let's get some of your thoughts in on this, starting with Greg on the Fan. Hello, Greg.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
We're good.
Good. So all 3 of these groups, coaching, receivers, they're all mediocre. How can we, as a team, overcome these mediocre groups? It comes down to coaching. And for what we've seen these past few years on the offensive side of the ball, there hasn't been a good game plan, a good scheme in years. So that's what I'm most worried about seeing is what are our game plans going to look like each week? How are we going to overcome?
So you're most concerned about Arthur Smith?
Correct. And obviously Tomlin is a big part of that as well. However, just these three groups, they're mediocre. You can't argue.
You can have. Yeah, I'm in agreement here. I'm in agreement with you. You can absolutely elevate guys, especially I think at quarterback right now, who are not elite, all-time great talents. If you have a good scheme, you know I love Jared Goff, and I use him as an example of this. Ben Johnson runs a really fun offense there. They have a great line, and Goff. I know he was a number 1 overall pick, but he's not Mahomes, right? He's not Josh Allen. He looks awesome running that offense. Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. He looks great running Shanahan's offense. You can put lesser talents in position to succeed. I have no reason to believe in Arthur Smith's, based on his background, that he's going to do that. I've heard people say, well, he's probably grown as a play caller and a coordinator since his best years in Tennessee. I don't know about that. He probably would still have a job in Atlanta if that was the case. There's nothing on his ledger that makes me think he's like a dynamic schemer of offense.
So you would change your answer? You're more concerned about Smith and the offensive line?
No, but I'm talking.
Even though I didn't even offer that as an option.
No, I'm not.
So Greg already cheated.
He cheated, but I'm just saying he was saying it as he was saying it as a function of one way. If you've got concerns with any or all of those groups, that you can overcome some of them is if you have a great play caller. And I would agree with the point that they do not have a great play caller right now.
Eric is next. Hello, Eric.
How you doing, guys? How's everybody?
I'm much better right now. This has suddenly brought the vibe up, hearing whatever you have on in the background.
Are you playing Michael Jackson in the background right now?
Absolutely, Pony. Absolutely. Best artist of all time.
Okay, so give us a take that on this team right now that is the Michael Jackson of sports takes, the best take ever.
I tell you what, man, it's the offensive line. And I'm at work, but I want you to answer this question, and I'm going to hang up. Why is Broderick Jones playing right tackle? And also, with him struggling at right tackle, is that going to impede his confidence when he gets switched back to the left side? Thanks, guys.
He's playing he's playing right tackle because they are married to the idea that Dan Moore has to be their left tackle for now, and Dan Moore literally can't play right tackle, which is insane to me. I've said this a million times. I won't belabor it. Do I think it's going to affect him? It's absolutely going to affect him whenever they do move him back because he won't have had any reps. He's essentially, it sounds like, when they make this switch eventually, Pony, it sounds like they're just going to toss him in there and hope that it goes well. Hey, we're jumping you over to the other side of the line. We figure you can do this. Go show us you can. Not fair to him in the slightest. Terrible asset management.
So did Eric listen to our first segment, and then once he got our thoughts, once he heard them, he switched over to Michael Jackson?
I felt like he was playing Michael Jackson on his own, like maybe on some other device, that he could be listening to us on his phone.
Listening to our show with Michael Jackson underneath it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All night I'm gonna... What was that, Rock With You? I think that's what I heard.
So we still play Michael Jackson, but we don't play Gary Glitter anymore?
I don't even think we can joke about that, because don't they have, like, you can't, like, even...
What? I'm not joking. I'm asking
No, you can't.
Question.
No, I'm saying, like, they have one of those...
There's no tomfoolery or hijinks going on
There's
right
one
now.
of those audio protections on that you get
well, I'm not playing any of it.
Yeah.
I'm just asking why...
I mean, now you're going down an interesting and uncomfortable path because there is a double standard here.
I am least concerned about the offensive line because I think all 5 starting offensive linemen are good. Jones right now would actually be my biggest concern of the bunch just because of how crappy he looked in these first 2 preseason games, and he's admitted that he's not healthy, and he'll play the most important position, which is left tackle. So I can't say that I'm, completely...
Well, you don't think they're all good right now because Moore is currently one of their starters, and we don't know. That might continue into the season for at least a week or 2.
I like Fautanu, I like Frazier, I like Sayamalu, I like Jones.
I understand that, but if Fautanu actually isn't ready for week 1...
Well, Jerry said he's ready. I take Jerry's word as complete gospel on things now. Everyone on Twitter is telling me that. If Jerry says it, it's got to be true. It's like the old...
What is he, Joe DiNardo? Joe said it would?
I was just going to say. That.
I'd say, is he Jerry DiNardo, but that guy coached at LSU.
I think the offensive line given their investment. They pay guards more money than any team in the NFL. Frazier, I think, is going to be a plug-and-play player. I think Fautanu is going to be good. Jones is the one guy I've got a question about. 4 out of 5. 80%.
I will say one thing. It's about an injured player. They do have Roman Wilson, who will eventually come back and join that receiving core, and I feel like in this discussion we haven't even mentioned him. He feels very out of sight, out of mind right now. And he should be somebody. We're talking about like pedigree. Like that's part of the argument why you're not as worried. They have talented guys. They've spent high draft picks. I do agree. I like most of those guys if I can get more out of there.
Wilson would just take Calvin Austin's spot, and then you still have Van Jefferson out there.
Well, maybe they missed their chance to get Jahan Dotson and pair him with this group today.
Here is Tony on the fan. Hello, Tony.
Hey, Pony, Malsey, Donnie, love you guys, number one.
Thanks, man.
It's O-line. It's, the game is won and lost in the trenches. Nobody can dispute that. And the fact that Jones hasn't even played on the left and he's getting these reps, O-line needs time to gel. Again, that's been proven. And what good is your quarterback? It doesn't matter if you have Brady who's under pressure, he's pedestrian, or what good receivers that you're going to be throwing to if you can't get rid of the ball. If this O-line isn't put in place to succeed, this whole offense isn't going to be any good. I mean, it's pretty simple.
All right, Tony, let me ask you a question then. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Name the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line for me.
Honestly, I can't. But if they're gelling, you can have average O-line, but if they have good communication and they play together, you can, as a unit, be good. You can overcome.
Well, let me ask you this question then. 2 years ago, I believe every single Steelers offensive lineman played the entire year. They gelled. They were practically glued to each other. Was it a good unit?
Yeah, I can't say that anything glaring. But also look at your coordinator.
You are wielding the Kansas City Chiefs Mahomes thing as a cudgel.
How could you not?
Well, I could point back to you that offensive line play does matter because Patrick Mahomes would have 4 Super Bowls if his 2 starting tackles weren't hurt.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's unimportant or it's irrelevant, but I always get into this debate with listeners. If you gave me 2 options, I can either have the best quarterback in the league or the best offensive line. I'm taking the best quarterback every time. But it just feels like with listeners in Pittsburgh, that is a bigger discussion here than literally any other place on planet Earth. I really think at least half of our listeners would say, give me the offensive line. I'd rather start a team with the Eagles' offensive line than Patrick Mahomes. I'd rather start a team with the Lions' offensive line than Mahomes. And I think that's ridiculous.
I think it's ridiculous, and I don't agree with it. I think you might be making a straw man here. If we go Mahomes especially.
The last caller said Brady was pedestrian without a great line. That's complete
false.
BS.
It's demonstrably false. He made his lines better. You're talking about, though, I think a run now that started in 2001 and continues to present day of essentially a quarter century where we can legitimately surmise that we are watching the 2 best ever to play the position. So I think that changes the calculus of what you're saying a little bit. If the best quarterback in the league was equivalent to right now, I don't know, whoever you think the 6th best guy is, Matt Stafford, and the best offensive line was like a young group that just road graded, you could make this a little bit tighter. But when you make the comparison with Mahomes, any sane person who watches ball should say him.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. The Penguins made a crazy trade today. We'll discuss it next, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Lions, the preseason finale, Saturday, 1 o'clock in Detroit. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thank you, Don. Let's talk about Shorkey Mitsubishi right now, shall we? Because this is the time for you to take advantage of summer finale deals at Shorkey's 2 convenient locations. That would, of course, be North Hills and North Huntington. Great deals to be had right now, including on new 2024 Outlanders. You can take $5,500 off, or you can choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years if math is not your strong suit. There's also $5,000 off or 1.99% financing for 60 months on new 2024 Eclipse Crosses. You want to go a little smaller than the Outlander? How about saving up to $3,500 on the new 2024 Outlander Sport? Mitsubishi's giving you a lot, too. You get the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. You get all-wheel drive. You get safety. You get a lot of features. You get great styling. You get it all, really, with Mitsubishi. And Shorkey's giving you the highest trade values plus 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance. Summer finale, final chance to save. Don't miss out. Check them out in North Huntington or Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. They've got Western Pennsylvania's best inventory, and you can always shop that online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrongonewire.com/business.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia. See what they can do for you. We have hockey talk on August 22nd because the Penguins traded their top prospect today. Braden Yeager went to Winnipeg. I almost said Jaegerbomb there. I stopped myself.
Why? Just let yourself do it. Jaegerbomb. We've got a Jaegerbomb of a trade. It's a good trade.
Have you had Jaeger bombs?
Yeah, I mean, I was never a huge fan.
What is it, Jägermeister and Red Bull? That's it?
Yeah. There were Vegas bombs where it was like cherry vodka and Red Bull. Well, you know, there was a bomb. Once Red Bull came out.
There was a bomb era.
There was a bomb, grape bombs, cherry bombs.
I would say 2008 to 2012 was the bomb era.
There was that stupid video, Jaeger bombs, that My New. Do you remember the My New Haircut video?
I think Jaeger Bomb was from Jersey Shore.
No, Jaeger Bomb was from the My New Haircut guy video, which was like, it feels like a relic of a bygone era now.
I think it was a Jersey Shore thing, man.
No, I guarantee you there was a video called My New Haircut, and the guy would go, Jaeger Bomb, Jaeger Bomb, Jaeger Bomb. That was the video. I'm sure they did them on Jersey Shore because that guy was basically parodying Jersey Shore. It's weird that you can trade your top prospect.
Well, hold on a second. Let's get to the hockey analysis in a
Okay,
moment.
fair enough. Hey, happy to.
I just want to confirm that the Jaeger Bomb era was before Donnie's time. Have you ever had a Jaeger
I think
Bomb
I think it extends back to 2006 or so because I was doing them as like a newly legal Penn State
Donnie,
student.
were you doing Jaeger Bombs?
I mean, they're still a thing. I hate that taste, so I don't really do them. But I mean, people
They
still
have,
do them.
I think, a negative connotation now. Like if you're ordering a Jaeger Bomb, I think most of your friends are looking at you funny now.
So when people are out and ordering shots, they still go to the Jaeger Bomb well, huh?
But don't you think it's the kind of person you're like, I'm glad I'm not friends with him?
I'm trying
if
to
my
think of
buddies
some
all went out, if we all went out and somebody said, I'm getting a bunch of Jaeger Bombs, I'd say, cool, I'm getting a cab out of here. Like, get me the hell out of here.
How about a buttery nipple shot? You ever have one of those?
Yeah,
back in the day?
buttery nipples were huge back in the day. That was the one you'd get if you were at a bar and you were talking to a girl.
Give me 6 buttery
Well,
nipples.
if you were talking to a girl and you didn't know if she could, like, handle you're shooting whiskey or something, you'd be like, oh, get a round of buttery nipples for me and the fellas.
How about green tea shots? Ever have those?
I've heard of them. I think I maybe had one time. There was one at the First at Penn State, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it was, but it was dark green. I enjoyed it very much, but that could get things messy.
How about a flaming Dr. Pepper?
I think everybody had them. Lemon drops were big, too.
You know
get
what?
Some lemon drops cooked up there, man.
Never had one.
How about Three Wise Men?
I don't know what's in that.
Jack, Johnny, Jim.
Just mix it all up?
Yeah, Three Wise Men Hunting had wild turkey in it. How about a snake? I'll tell you what was my favorite one, the snake bite. Yukon Jack and, what was the other, like the non-alcoholic element? It was Yukon Jack and then some sort of like bitters or
How about
apple
mini
pucker.
beers?
Apple pucker maybe. Mini beers, like little pony bottles?
No, it was a shot, and I think like the top was like a layer of cream, so it looked like the foam.
Oh, I've never had those.
On a beer?
Did you ever do black and gold shots? Jaeger and Goldschlager?
Yes.
Oh, those would get messy.
Donnie, when you guys go out for your Steelers trips and the guys say, let's do shots, what usually gets ordered in that spot?
Well, I have some good news for you guys from earlier in the discussion. The bombs are still riding high.
Donnie and I got a nasty message from one of our mutual friends in our fantasy football league that said, I still do grape bombs all the time.
What's a grape bomb?
It's like grape-flavored vodka and
Red Bull.
And Red Bull, that's it. That would make the problem with it now. I mean, I don't do shots. I don't really go after it anymore. I'm an adult. But I think the problem would be more the Red Bull, like making my heart race. That would be the less appealing thing about something like that.
That's the only time I've had to leave a show in my entire life. Cook and I were at Old Stonewall, and I took 3 5-hour energy drinks before we went on the air.
Why?
Because I was tired.
3. Those are like heavy-duty concentrated, and you had to be bouncing off the walls,
I thought my heart was going to explode.
I once on a dare.
I didn't even trust myself to drive my car home. Somebody brought me home, and then I ended up calling. I actually called 911. I said, I think I'm going to die.
I did once. You know,
and then the guy came and basically laughed at me and said, well, what happened here? And I said,
I drank a lot of caffeine. It's like the caffeine pills episode of Saved by the Bell or whatever. You were Elizabeth Berkley.
Yep.
I once
what
did.
Were we supposed to be talking
No,
about
hold
here?
on. I once did. Now that you did that, so I remember those Starbucks double shot espresso cans you could get, like the, just quick coffee shot, basically.
Yep.
I used to work at the student grocery, or like the kind of main grocery store at Penn State, and I on a dare did 4 of those at once while I was being like a cashier. For the rest of the shift, I kid you not, numbers dancing, like looking at the keys, and things were absolutely hopping.
Man.
What were we supposed to be talking about? I've got numbers for you, Pony. Braden Yeager, you trade away your top prospect, and pretty much instantly, I got analysis from like Gentili texted me, and Gentili likes to just be short, sweet, and to the point. He said, good trade. He is the guy they're getting, Rutger McGroarty. It's a 1-for-1 deal. He was the 14th overall pick in 22. Yeager was the 14th overall pick in 23. Yeager's like 5'11", maybe a $180. He's a finesse skill center. And this guy is like, he'll remind you of Yeager in that he's a right wing, left shot, 6'1", 205, 210, like a big physical dude.
And that's where the Yeager comparisons stop.
Well, no. I'm just saying it's an off shot for his wing, which is always what I think about with Yeager, left shot, right wing. He's not Jaromir Jágr. But Braden Yeager was, I believe, if the NHL has their version of the top 100 prospects, he was the Penguins' best one, but he was 58th overall. This guy McGroarty, who's a winger, obviously, not a center, so a little bit less valuable maybe, is 33rd overall and seen as pretty damn near NHL ready physically. And here's the other good part about this. I actually did the homework here. I did my reading. Winnipeg had zero leverage whatsoever with this guy. He was pissed at them and basically had gone incommunicado with them after they drafted him. He basically felt he was ready to play in the NHL, and they didn't. And he was like, why are you jerking me around here? I'm ready to go. Like, I can play. Decided to go back to Michigan, and had he finished up through 2026 there, would have become free agent again, would not have been their property. So it was a similar deal to Erik Karlsson in one way. They had no leverage whatsoever to get, like, they were going to have to, like, call his bluff, but he had essentially taken his ball and gone home and didn't want to play for them. So they're trading out a skill but small center for the kind of guy, I think, Pony, that most Penguins fans have been dying for them to try to get into their system. And that's a big power forward type.
I didn't do as much research on McGillicuddy.
Rutger Hauer from Blade Runner, who they just traded for, yes.
I'm not going to say who this is. One of my friends over at the Penguins said of Yeager, best case scenario, third line center.
Here's another
best case scenario.
So here's another thing about him.
Best case.
So like Dominic Moore, basically. Here's another thing about him. The people, and I forget the names here, the people who drafted Yeager don't work for the Penguins anymore. There's been like a swap out in terms of who is doing talent evaluation and all that stuff. Easily could be a scenario as well where the new people in charge not nearly as high on him, which would kind of back what you're saying there. And so they make this deal. It sounds like a good deal for them pretty much all the way around. But we got any more time for great bombs here?
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low 56 degrees. All right, coming up, Mike Tomlin talking just a few minutes ago. What did he say? Did he announce Russell Wilson as the Week 1 starter? You'll find out next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Hold on, Pony. I think you have something you'd like to tell people
about. Oh, you're right, I do. WetGo Car Wash. People keep asking me about WetGo. Is it still open? Yes, it is. And going strong, as a matter of fact. WetGo Car Wash. 45-plus locations all around Pittsburgh. Wherever you are right now, north, south, east, west. I bet if you punch it into your GPS, although I never use my car GPS. Cars have a GPS built in. I never use it. Never use the navigational system. I'm a slave to Waze. This is not an endorsement for them. It's an endorsement for WetGo, so let me get back to them. Anyways, it's just a few minutes away wherever you are from a WetGo. Get your car washed now. Keep it clean. There's never an excuse not to when you've gone unlimited. So when you stop for gas or stop for snacks or stop to take a leak, you can just get your car washed too, and you're not going to pay anything extra. You cut right to the front of the line because you're a VIP member when you've gone unlimited, and you can go as much as you want. They never raise the price. There's no fine print. There's no, wait a second, you're using it too much. We need you to stop. That doesn't happen. And right now, your second month is free when you sign up. So that is 2 months of unlimited car washes, and you only pay for one. 1 monthly price, 2 months, the second month free. So sign up now, getgocafe.com/WetGo, and take advantage of the WetGo car wash today. Mulsey.
Yes, Pony, thank you. I'd like to tell everybody about a nice little opportunity. What is that opportunity? It's something called the 20-pound Summer Slim Down with a Waken 180 weight loss. That means dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. That means maybe then cruising to your goal of 30 or 40 or 50 plus down. And it's a pretty simple thing, too. It really is. You take the last couple weeks of summer. I would say we have about 4 weeks of summer left. I think that's a fair assessment of how much time is left here. You're eating, you're drinking, you're still enjoying the weather, but you're doing it with the 20-pound Summer Slim Down. And you can, and if I'm any indication, you absolutely can, and you will lose the weight in that time frame. You might think that's not a lot of time. Wrong. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. My first 20 came off in about 3 weeks. I lost 35. I've kept it off. I've developed a ton of new good habits as a result. So you can lose the weight, then get into your fall routine with a different and energized mindset, and then lose whatever your goal weight is because you've got that first 20 down. You're going to be loving it. You got to try it. The 20-pound Summer Slim Down with the solution for weight loss. So online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 17 days until Pittsburgh faces the Falcons. And these are some of your favorite 17s. Mike Wallace, Dick Schreiner, Eli Rogers. The countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Champ Tires. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Crowley. Here in Pittsburgh, our summers can be scorching and our winters can be brutal. But Renewal by Andersen Windows can help keep your home more comfortable while helping you save on energy bills. Their smart sunglass options and durable frames built with their signature composite Fibrex material aim to minimize drafts and increase energy efficiency. And all their windows are installed by certified master installers who are true experts, which brings peace of mind knowing they'll do the job right. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st. Call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyanderson.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, checking in?
This is not just your flu shot appointment at Walgreens.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
This is getting your entire family vaccinated in one trip.
Hey, Mom?
And a snack on the way out. Get flu shots for everyone in your family, together. Schedule appointments online today. This is wellness made easy. Walgreens.
Vaccine subject to availability and for ages 3+. State and health-related restrictions.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon.
Come on!
From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go!
This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
The only thing more satisfying than a crisp fall day is a crisp fall day inside your cozy, spotless home. Right now, shop Labor Day savings on select cleaning essentials and exclusive brands from the Home Depot. Plus, with fast free delivery, you don't have to worry about running out of your favorite cleaners, paper products, trash bags, and more. The Home Depot has everything you need to get ready for a fall refresh. Get your home crisp, clean, and ready for the season with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Free delivery on over 2 million items subject to availability.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Jen and Mindy.
Somebody came through the drive-thru. I looked at the ID. It said Mindy.
You knew Mindy?
I did. I said, oh my gosh, hi, Mindy. And this person looked over and drove away, left everything at the branch. I knew it wasn't her, so I contacted our fraud department and had a hold put on the account.
Well, sounds like she helped save you from identity theft, Mindy.
Yeah, she saved the day. She was my little guardian angel.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, we're back with Taylor Fournier at Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Taylor, how about this month's leases? Like this 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4XE from $569 a month.
Bob, we're going to go a little off script this month because we want Pittsburgh to ultimately know that of course we sell cars, but we're really here to help our customers buy one. Working with everyone at Three Rivers is truly like talking to a friend, to help guide and advise, and that's why we remain Pittsburgh's lease leader. And that's why we are Pittsburgh's one and only, truly family-owned and operated Jeep store.
Taylor, you've been here for over 30 years at one location, and that's why I know what you're saying is the truth, and why you deliver the best possible price and focused service, customer after customer, year after year, every time.
Bob, that's absolutely right.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky for the Make This the Summer event, or visit jeepbutpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
AC working overtime this summer? Tune up with Glee Services. Their $55 AC tune-up enhances comfort. Call 412-831-6199. Not valid with other offers. One-time use per home. PA 10887.
Call Gleese.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a Western PA guy, born and raised, much like my friends Joe George and Larry Kelly. They're the highly respected AV-rated injury attorneys at LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. And as Larry explains, integrity is everything that Western PA is all about and part of the LGKG business model.
Personal integrity, my father, Fred Kelly, gave me the definition of that when I was a young man, and it's really simple. Do what you say you're going to do. Sounds simple, but it's not always done. You know, at LGKG, we've been keeping promises for over 90 years. When we make a promise to our client, we do it. And you know what? If we hadn't done it, the word would be around. The people would know. We live in this community. We work in this community. We coach in this community. People know us and we know them. And I think that's why. Because in communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations, Western Pennsylvania, LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, shop deals for school days and save on thousands of items throughout the store. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So Paul Skenes Day, 6:40 first pitch. He'll take the mound against the Reds. The Pirates 8 games under 500. Leadoff show at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Rivers Casino, it's more Pony and Miller.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I think, I think the first 2 weeks we didn't really game plan much. We were kind of in training camp mode. It's still not an excuse for not putting up as many points as we want on the board, but I think just overall execution. So I think if everybody does their job the way we know we can, we're going to do what we're supposed to do.
50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. We are live at The Rivers Casino Sportsbook, not that far away from Mike's Beer Bar, where you can pick up the Fan Beer of the Month, the Altered Genius Rescue Kolsch benefiting Crisis Center North. That was Justin Fields on why the Steelers' offense has been so pathetic in the first 2 preseason games. He will not start against the Lions. That'll be Russell Wilson. It's unclear when Fields will go in for Wilson and play in this game. I'm guessing he'll play a lot. This Steelers quarterback thing, it's incredible. You don't know. Like, there's this big debate among people in news about who do you trust? Where do you get your news? Do you trust where you get your news? Who do you rely on from news? All those things.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers quarterback discussion is a case study in that because national sports say one thing, Pittsburgh sports say something completely different. Jeff was on yesterday and said with us that Russell Wilson could throw 10
1 for
interceptions.
70.
Yeah, go 1 for 70 with 10 interceptions and start against Atlanta.
Can you imagine if he did go 1 for 70 with 10 picks and then Tomlin said, yeah, Russ is our starter? That's actually fun. Well, and then you get that from Jeff because Jeff's local, Jeff's embedded. And then nationally it has been a wildly different tale. Mike Florio presented it to us as his opinion, not what he thinks they will do, but how could they not go with Justin Fields? You know, I have a theory on like why there's been such a massive disparity. You're distracted right now. I have a feeling I know why.
No, I'm not. Go ahead.
Well, no, because there was a group of guys who are here clearly as like gentlemen in their 50s and 60s, and you were just thinking about, I want me and the boys to be doing that 25 years from now.
One guy had a Montana Grizzlies shirt on with a Boston Red Sox hat. The other guy had a Reds hat on. So I guess he's here for Cincinnati. But anyways.
I have a theory on this, and you probably, as a very well-sourced-up person, can tell me if I'm barking up the right tree. It feels more likely to me that when we've heard national people opine the way that they have about the quarterback situation, that they're getting it from agents, specifically and very possibly from Justin Fields' agent, anything that's pro-Fields, and that more of what you are hearing locally is team-sourced. And I mean like, too, the national people might even be throwing out red herrings that they're hearing it from team sources when it's really not one. Like, I just think that this could be
So saying team source and it's really the agent that's telling him that?
Yeah, because who's going to call them on it, right? I mean, is that not ultimately kind of a victimless crime?
Well, yeah, because they're just anonymously sourcing things.
Right,
so
nobody
really
on the team is going to be like, oh, who's this leak? It could just be from David Mulligetta, who's Fields' agent, who we know is a very aggressive agent. He did the Deshaun Watson deal. I think it could be a difference in sourcing, but I am genuinely curious as to whether you think that's an acceptable explanation.
I think it's possible. Charles Robinson, who's broken all kinds of big stories for Yahoo, he is a big-time NFL writer. He said on a show yesterday, actually this is not yesterday, this is a couple hours ago, Donnie has the audio back in Greentree. This is what he's hearing. This is not obviously someone who works for ESPN or NFL Network. He's a little bit off the grid with Yahoo, but Yahoo's also produced people like Adrian Wojnarowski and Jeff Passan, so they do find good reporters there.
He's really good, man.
He's done it for a long time. This is his take on what could happen with the Steelers-Lions game Saturday and their quarterback situation moving forward.
Talking to people in the organization, it was Russ is ahead, but there is a caveat. If there is a guy who brings something to the table that is elite, that is beyond the 99th percentile, it is the playmaking ability and the running ability that Justin Fields brings to the table. And then what matters is there's clearly people in the organization who ask themselves, can that overcome some of the deficiencies as a passer? Can he cover for some of the things that are still developing in his game as a passer? And I think in the organization, that answer right now is, yeah, we do think it can. And that's what I think has opened the door for Justin Fields. I think if Russell Wilson plays in the third preseason game and is flat, I think there is a chance that Justin Fields has an opportunity to be that opening week starter because he is seen as the more dynamic player. And even if he isn't the opening week starter, I would say he remains 1B at the first moment they feel like they've got to make that switch.
All right, so that's saying that Russell Wilson's not playing to shake off rust. He's playing to quite possibly
keep his job. Yeah.
And that's been the consensus for most of the national media, and the local media say that that's complete hogwash. Dulac wrote the same thing today in his chat. He told a guy named Rocky that they only traded for Justin Fields because they got rid of Kenny Pickett, and they are not going to go to a guy that won 10 games in 3 years based on what he did in training camp practices and a preseason where in 8 possessions he's only scored 3 points.
That was Jerry's take?
That was Jerry's
take. So let me say I think that the duality of Tomlin on this entire subject has been two things. We know that because he's a defensive mind, he loves quarterback mobility, and we know he loves it because he has said it in like the most nakedly obvious and direct terms. He thinks it's very valuable.
Yes, he
backhandedly smacked Ben late in his career by essentially saying Ben is a statue. Quarterback mobility matters. That's when we find our next guy, we want mobility, which is why they found Kenny Pickett, whose mobility was limited to spinning into sacks. I digress, however.
And fake slides. Which outlawed in the NFL.
Which got outlawed in the NFL, and then he tried to come up with a new move, and it was like, no, thank you.
Be careful. Seth is producing us on site. He'll turn your microphone off with any more.
Well, like a true Philly fan, he probably wants Tanner McKee to be their backup quarterback. He's just nodded.
Yes.
He's nodding yes. So Tomlin, we know, loves quarterback mobility and values it because he knows how hard it is to stop and how chaotic it can become for a defense, especially on design pass plays that turn into scrambles to stop that quarterback. We also know, though, there's a duality here because we know Mike Tomlin hates turnovers more than most of us hate our most hated thing in life, because he still sees himself and fancies the Steelers as a defense-first outfit. He has basically said, I almost like to make these games ugly and close. That's when I feel most comfortable. And so Justin Fields turns the ball over a lot more. They both fumbled it a lot, but he throws a lot more interceptions historically than does Russell Wilson. What did Wilson have last year? 6? His interception percent 8. I'm sorry, 26 and 8. Yeah. His interception percentage last year was like 1.8. His career mark's 1.9. Do you know what Fields' interception percentage is for his career off the top of your head? Because I do.
3-something?
3-1. And last year I think it was better, but it still wasn't good. And so I think the battle in Mike Tomlin's head, or the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other, is the devil saying Fields is dynamic. If you were going against the Steelers, you'd rather see Wilson because Fields is harder to stop. The angel is saying, but Russ takes care of the ball. Let your defense do the heavy lifting. That's where I think this is right now. And I actually think I don't want a guy turning the ball over, I want a guy playing safe, is still winning out pretty clearly in his head.
By the way, my answer is hemorrhoids.
For the thing you hate the most? I've never had them.
I've never had them either, but just the thought of them grossed me out.
A melted cheese is mine.
But just thinking about it, so like, what is it? Hi there. So what is it? So hemorrhoids are like things that make you bleed when you go to the bathroom?
I think they're like bloody abscesses or something. Yeah.
How do they get them out?
Preparation H.
So it's a cream? It's not a surgery or anything?
Oh, I think you can have hemorrhoid surgery.
George Brett missed games in the American League Championship Series because of hemorrhoids, yeah.
Man, can you come up with something better, right? Oh, I pulled a hamstring or something like that.
Donnie, do you suffer from hemorrhoids?
No, not yet.
George, why'd you miss those games? Some of the biggest games of your life. Well, my ass was in full revolt.
I mean, what a the Royals doctors.
George Brett has also told a story. This sounds like a George Brett
thing. It was the 1970s.
But it sounds like a George Brett thing here because he's told a very infamous story about eating a delicious dinner.
And he couldn't
he cut off the tip of his pinky finger.
He couldn't play a baseball game and take 4 at-bats with hemorrhoids?
Yeah, how bad could it have been? Just don't play the field. If they were games they were ALCS games, so there was a DH.
So there was a DH, yeah.
Man, you're right. Just get up there and don't slide.
Embarrassing.
Slide head first.
I don't know why I don't know why he's not criticized more for that.
I mean, he's George Brett.
That should be a scarlet letter on his career.
He carried a bid at 400 deeper into a season than just about anybody. Where were we again?
I think the Robinson answer is proof that there's not a consensus within the Steelers organization on who their best quarterback is.
Okay, so
who gives them the best chance to win?
So you don't agree with my agent theory necessarily. You think that some of the team sources.
I think there's an agent out there that's definitely trying to prop up Justin Fields. I do think it shows up on some of those ESPN
Mulligetta,
shows.
Right? I mean, that's his guy. I believe.
I don't think that's far fetched.
So you just think that some of these very well-sourced national people, and Robinson's been doing this for 25 years, if not longer.
I think it depends on who you talk to over there.
I think it ultimately depends on one guy's opinion, and I do think that more local people probably have a line in on.
Do you know who J.T. O'Sullivan is?
Yes.
He's another one of these guys that's turned himself into a social media quarterback guru. He
Yeah,
played
when
in the NFL.
you ever see those old pictures of boxers on an Irish pub's like bathroom door? The guy who's holding his two fists out in the ready position there, and he's got he's wearing tights and no shirt.
Like
I imagine JT. Oh, come see JT O'Sullivan take on Bare Knuckle Brown. You know,
boxers
like
from
somebody
100
like
years
that.
ago.
Yeah, exactly. He's an old-timey boxer name. Yes, I know who he is though.
So he does a YouTube show on this where he breaks down quarterbacks.
Yeah.
He did a 51-minute breakdown on Fields.
He spent 51 minutes on Justin Fields.
He took almost an hour on what he did against the Bills. And, Donnie, I think you have this too. This is his final takeaway from what he saw from Fields. So remember, we've got one guy saying that if Wilson stinks, Fields could take the job. And here's someone that went back with a fine-tooth comb and watched every snap against Buffalo.
Overall, it's rough. Justin, for whatever reason, just continues to really struggle to put it together, and really the combination of timing, rhythm, feel, playing within the structure of a play seems like it's almost completely regressed. And then even when things are open down the field, we're missing touchdown opportunities. And it's just really, really frustrating, man. I feel bad for everyone involved. There's just no way you can look at the film and think that that is going to be good enough to play consistently in the league. I don't think this is the end of the story by any means. Hopefully it improves. There were certain things you could see flashes that would make you excited. The athleticism, the capacity to get vertical, getting out on the edge. He extended plays, but many of those plays didn't need to be extended if they were played on time. It's frustrating. Probably too frustrating, if I'm being honest. We'll see what the final week in the preseason looks like.
There you go. I mean, just murdered the guy and said even the good things were because he missed easy plays. So even the explosive plays, he puts a negative slant on.
I do find myself agreeing with a lot of that. Like, I guess I'm trying to really. I don't ever feel like I got fully invested in the Pickett hype.
You don't say.
I just didn't. I tried to give Kenny credit when I thought he deserved it, but I thought I was being pretty honest about my feelings on his play. And I feel like Fields' incredible athletic ability and running ability has engendered a similar kind of optimism. And every time I watch him, as much as I want him to be good because easy dude to root for, freakish physical gifts, I come away very underwhelmed.
Papiani's headed to Detroit to call this game. He's going to join us next, get his insight on what he thinks is on the line for these guys. Text us on the Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. PM Team Power Rankings at 3:30. Donnie Football, the newest addition to the KDK high school football coverage this year, ranking the top 5 WPIAL football programs of all time. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Reds tonight, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Paul Skenes gets the ball for the Buccos. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, my new favorite spot in town. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. Last night, a huge special for them, 50-cent wing night every Wednesday. But there's an array of Steel Mill food and drink specials you can get every single day. An awesome menu for everyone, including several vegan options. If you need a party or an event planned, Steel Mill Saloon has the perfect amount of space for you. Go up there, watch the game, get some food, enjoy the view. That tops it off. Located right across from the Duquesne Incline, giving you that best sight of the Pittsburgh city skyline. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington. Pony?
All right, let's talk about man boobs, blubber, flab, jowls, double chin. A very svelte, athletic, muscular Jeff in South Park just came over and said hello. And so he doesn't have to deal with this issue, which is men out there that work out, they try to get better, they see no results. Regenesis can help with a free physician consult and free blood work today. Got to take advantage of that with Regenesis. It is free, and that first step on a journey is an all-important one. Make it with Regenesis and start feeling better today. Diet, weightlifting not working? Go with Regenesis, 724-510-0024.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. from the joint Colts-Bengals practice. Not good for Anthony Richardson. Not good for Ant. Apparently, he was doing more running than passing, and the Cincinnati defenders were absolutely loving it. I'm Jim Rome.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Long live the king.
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 24th and 25th is opening weekend.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. At the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at PittsburghRenFest.com.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Things are moving pretty slowly on the inbound side of the Parkway West. You'll start to see delays between Carnegie and Green Tree. That doesn't let up till you're through the Fort Pitt tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunizer.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. Steelers and Lions Saturday. You can watch at 1 o'clock, KDK TV. Bob Pompiani will be calling it, as he always does, trip to Detroit in late August. He's looking forward to that. Charlie Batch going back to the place where he played his first NFL games. Bob, do you think they'll have like a moment for him there? Maybe a welcome back, Charlie?
Well, they probably should, but it's been a few years removed now, Pony. So I mean, we've been there before for some other games. So probably not, but I know Charlie always enjoys going back.
Could they have a ceremonial coin toss, perhaps, that gets botched in any way since they're in Detroit? Can we do that?
Yeah, they could do that.
I think Luckett's still alive.
I look at the fond memory of it, the Super Bowl at Ford Field. That's the one thing that you'll take away from that. What was that again?
That's the last time the Steelers lost to the Lions in the regular season, was that game.
Wow.
The coin.
I didn't know that.
Yep. You can feel free to use that on the air Saturday if you want.
Yeah, I might. And the other thing is it's pretty amazing when you see something happen like that, and you think the solution was a rather obvious one, but we never did it until it became a problem. Just make your call ahead of time. What is it? Okay. Instead of in the air.
let's talk about the quarterbacks. Confirmed today by Mike Tomlin, the starters are going to play. That means Russell Wilson will be out there getting the first rep. We've heard national voices say if he stinks and Fields is good, Fields could start week 1. You've been around this team throughout the preseason and training camp. What do you make of the performance mattering for the quarterbacks on Saturday?
Well, I think by virtue of the fact that he's playing Russell Wilson, there could be something to this. I mean, it's not like they've declared anything. So if they're not declaring anything by now, then that would indicate
only one of two teams, Bob. The Patriots and Steelers are the only teams that haven't announced their starting quarterback yet.
So the Patriots have not announced. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, they're still debating Brissett versus Drake May, apparently.
Yeah, Brissett is a known product. You know, I mean, I don't know but I know what the known product is. So I'd be surprised if they go with them. Anyway, here, you know, I didn't think Justin Fields was all that great last week. I mean, the electricity that comes from his ability to make something out of nothing, we saw in the one play to Des Fitzpatrick, but and that's something that is definitely in his corner. But I think if Russell Wilson was the starter in this game and they're not worried about preseason, then probably wouldn't play. But, you know, the fact that he's going to play makes you wonder. And since there was no designation of who will be their number one quarterback, there could be a lot to that. So tune in. You could see the thing work itself out.
Bob, to go, not really to move off of quarterback, but we started the show with this, and all three of us came up with a different answer. There were three options. We each took a different path. I wonder what you think. Most concern for the following area. Which area of the Steelers most concerns you? Wide receiving core, quarterback room, or their offensive line, if you had to pick one?
If I had to pick one, it would be offensive line, although a close second, I think, would be wide receiver. And that's not to mean that I don't think there is concern at the quarterback position, because I still think there is. But number one, to me, you're basically starting a bunch of young people up there on that offensive line, including now Zach Frazier. You know, they have other people they may have to put in there at some point, like Ryan McCollum or Mason McCormick or Spencer Anderson. The depth is definitely an issue. Fanu didn't look all that great before he got injured. Jones, you know, if he's not injured, then there's concern there. So you got two veteran guys on the guards, but when you have three young players and you're relying on those three players, and if they don't do what you expect them to do, I think that's a big concern for a team that wants to be physical and run the football.
Bob, how do you expect the offensive line to be configured for Saturday's game? Do you think Jones will play left tackle or right tackle?
I think he'll play right tackle again, just because, you know, it seems like Dan Moore is stuck where he's stuck, and he can't do the other thing. So, you know, it wasn't like Broderick Jones didn't play a bad right tackle at the end of last year. It was just that his natural position is left tackle, as is Fanu. So you got two guys who should be maybe over there. Dan can't play the other side, so that presents a problem, especially with injury. So, but I expect Jones to play right. I would put him at left because I think he needs reps at left, and I wouldn't be playing Dan Moore.
Why do you think they continue to not even give him reps at left? Like, I could understand if you felt like you had to play him in this game because you wanted to send your ones out and Fautanu can't play, fine. But, like, what is stopping them from throwing Spencer Anderson or something over at right tackle for a while and letting Jones just get some reps in at what is his natural side?
Yeah. That's exactly my point here, Chris. That's why I told you I'd put him over there, but why not? At this time.
Well, do you know why they're not do you have any idea why they're not doing that? I know you and I are in agreement here. It seems like, I'm talking in practice, it seems like such a simple thing. Just give him some time with the ones and put Spencer Anderson. Who cares what Spencer Anderson actually does at right tackle? Just put somebody over there so Jones can go to left, and they won't even do that, which just has me scratching my head.
Yeah, especially in a game like this. What better way to give him the reps that he needs over there? I don't know an answer for that. I do know they'd appreciate Dan Moore, and they like him on their team. To me, he's more of an insurance guy to have on your team at that left tackle position. If, you know, and again, because he's kind of limited there, I don't know how much you can expect from anyone else doing right tackle, given that their natural position is left tackle. So, but I would give Broderick Jones a lot of play at left tackle this week. And you're right. They have other guys. You know, Spencer Anderson's a guy who can play all over. Let him play. Let's see what he can do. I'd rather get information and knowledge based on this game than anything else.
Bob, I feel like I'm interrogating you here, but that's not my intention. But you said something there that piqued my interest because, again, I think it's something that you're accurately telling me how the team feels about Dan Moore. They appreciate him. What is bizarre about that, though, is they don't appreciate him enough to not have taken 2 starting tackles in the first round each of the last 2 years, guys who actually are left tackles. Like, I keep hearing that they value him, that they're impressed by how hard he's fought to get to where he is in the NFL. They can't like him that much. They basically drafted 2 guys, either one of whom could have replaced him the last 2 years.
Yeah, but again, then that leaves a vacancy over at the right side. And they haven't, if you're going by natural positions, you have all left tackles there. And so what do you do about the right side? Somebody's got to play it. And if Broderick Jones is more able to do it, or if Altano is more able to do it, I guess that's why you see Dan Moore over there. When I say appreciation, I mean, this is a guy who was a 4th-round pick. You know, he got tossed into it. I think he's been out there. He hasn't missed a lot of games. He's done a pretty good job. He's not great, but I think they have a reason to believe they can get production over there versus having him not play and you know, have 2 left tackles, one playing left, one playing right. Although, again, I think they're high-end guys and need to play. So at some point they have to make a designation for Broderick Jones that he's going to be your starting left tackle. I thought that's what he was drafted to be.
Bob, take people behind the scenes. Friday night in Detroit. Where do you guys go out for dinner? Who's there? Who picks up the tab?
Well, first of all, we're in a new location, so this is like 25 minutes away, I think, from where the stadium is, which normally in my past trips there, we haven't done that. So I'm not sure where we'll go, but when we go, it normally is, you know, we have our entire broadcast team there, on-air, behind-scenes producers, so it's a pretty big group. And normally the producers pay, which is good, because that means that you can, you can delve into
producers, the little guy, the behind-the-scenes people got to pay?
Executive producers. Let me put an executive in front of it.
Okay.
Man, I thought you were at first joking about it being the producers behind the scenes, but executive is a little different there, Bob.
Yeah, well, they have control of the expense account. We don't.
And then that's when you are just throwing down with the wine. What was the wine you told me I had to try?
Camus.
The Camus wine.
Yeah.
You are just absolutely getting after the wine, right?
There'll be a sommelier involved on Friday.
Do you actually get your nose in there, smell it, take a small sip, swish it around?
You got to swish it around. You have to give it, all the necessary things so you can, really understand.
When you put your nose in there and you're swirling it, and then you're swishing it, what are those 2 things actually doing? And if you say something about activating the tannins, I'm going to tell Pony to hang up right now.
To be honest, it does nothing. I grew up on Mad Dog 2020, for God's sake. So, anything tastes good to me. I'm not going to.
Let's go. Oh, let's go.
So I do it for formality. I like doing it because it seems like it's the right thing to do, especially.
So it's really just keeping up appearances.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
You know who actually, of all the people, and Bob will vouch for this, from what I've heard, everybody involved in the last 30 years of Pittsburgh sports, actually when he swirls it, smells it, swishes it, knows everything about it, Mario.
Oh, I believe that.
Oh, yeah.
Guy knows wines like you cannot believe.
I believe that.
Well, he's
big wine expert.
He's got an impressive wine cellar. He's a very knowledgeable, and he knows where to get his wine too. So, and he has the wherewithal to be able to do that. But he's very serious about his wine, and it's he pairs it with different food. That's the way you should do it, actually.
Bob, we'll be watching on Saturday. Thank you.
What did you guys think about the Penguins trade, real quick?
Good trade, better prospects.
I gave it an A-.
I give it an A+.
Well, it's first-round pick for first-round pick. One's older by 1 year. I really thought they thought Yeager was going to be somebody good and was being blocked by other people here.
Pony, tell Pomp what you heard.
I got a text from somebody over there who said best-case scenario, third-line center.
For who, Yeager?
Yeah. The other guy's a wing, and he's like 25 spots higher in the NHL.
He's actually the kind of thing that I like. I like big
He's a power
physical,
forward.
I assume he's physical, yeah.
He is.
So I like that. They need that. But it seemed like they had to do something with him, from what I read, that he was not interested in being there, and I guess
he was not.
Yeah. So that's interesting. I hope it works. They need more people like that, and like Bunting and those kind of people. So I think it's a different dynamic to their roster.
Bob, enjoyed Motor City. We'll talk again on.
I'll send a video or a picture of what we're consuming that night.
Thank you, Bob Pompiani, everybody.
You're welcome.
KDK-TV. Steelers preseason voice.
I respect Bob so much for just calling it out and saying, yes, all the swirling, all the swishing, it's all BS to just keep up appearances.
Coming up next, Donnie, PM Team Power Rankings. Now that he has that new role with KDK Radio is part of their high school football coverage. Top 5 WPIAL football programs of all time. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Lions preseason finale Saturday, 1 p.m. in Detroit. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie McVeigh. They do plumbing, heating, and cooling work. Today was one of those weird days where you woke up, it was chilly, and now it's in the 70s. We'll get a lot of that as we get closer to fall. Plumbing, though, doesn't matter the season. Spring, summer, fall, winter, their prices are consistent, and they're always good. Right now, how about a drain cleaning? Get it completely cleaned out, scoped out. $83, that's all you pay. They do sewer line replacements. They also do free second opinions. You don't like what your first plumber told you. Man, that seems expensive. That seems like it's way too much money. Go with McVeigh. McVeigh.com, McVeighPlumbing.com for more. Go with McVeigh. Malzy.
Thank you, Pony. Shorkey Mitsubishi wants you to know that now is the time to shop summer finale deals at their 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and, of course, my old stomping grounds in the North Hills. I drive a 2024 Outlander. It's 7-passenger capable. I love it. I think you will too. And you'll really love it because right now you can take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months. You could also get $5,000 off or 1.99% financing for 60 months on the new 2024 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on new 2024 Outlander Sports. You get a ton with Mitsubishi. You get style, you get safety, you get all-wheel drive, you get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. You go to Shorkey Mitsubishi, you're also getting the highest trade values. You're getting 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance as well. What's not to like? The time is right now. Visit them, North Huntington, or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills, and check out Western Pennsylvania's best inventory online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Expect some offense finally in this Braves-Phillies series in Atlanta tonight. I'm Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with BetQL, the rubber match of this 3-game set where only 9 runs have been scored to this point through the first 2 games of the series. The BetQL model says expect the offense tonight. They have over 8 as a 5-star best bet and project the number at 9. I'm Chris Mack. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
UPMC Health System reminds you your health care and heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened today. Bob Pompiani growing up on Mad Dog 2020, which was maybe the quote of the year on this show.
On this station. Also, do you know MD doesn't even stand for Mad Dog? It just says it stands for nothing. It's just MD 2020. Everyone calls it Mad Dog, so I think they kind of roll with it. But it might even have been created by doctors when you think about it. Also, that stuff is disgusting.
It really is, but I feel like it's making a comeback.
Like, did they reformulate it so that it doesn't taste like it got filtered through a horse first?
There was some at Get-Go maybe 2 months ago when I was there, and I bought it. And then a nightcap with neighbors when we were, like, really in the bag.
Yeah.
It came out.
Oh, wait. I've told you guys the stuff I think is the absolute nastiest is you buy it at, like, it'll be at, like a Get-Go type place, right? It's called like Johnny Gambler or something.
Yeah, and it's got all those crazy flavors, green apple and stuff.
Yes, and it's got like the cheesy-looking 20s mobster
Oh, I know
from
the guy.
Chicago.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
Oh, dude, that stuff is the worst.
I'm going to bring you some of that. We'll do that.
Oh, it's terrible.
For a 5 o'clock hour sometime this year. All right, Donnie, you've got a big power ranking assignment. By the way, let everybody know the big games that you've got on tap for tomorrow and Saturday over on KDKA.
It's the KDKA Kickoff Classic. It's all at the Wolverina, one of the more historic venues in all of Western PA. 2 games tomorrow, McKeesport and Uniontown Lake from Ohio. That starts at 5. Woodland Hills and Erie McDowell at 8.
Damn.
Then Saturday there are 3 games. Clairton and Steel Valley at noon. Central Catholic plays St. Francis Academy from Baltimore, Maryland at 3:30. Have we
Tony,
talked
you know
about
what's up with them, right?
them?
Yeah, they're the best high school football program in America.
They lost to IMG by 3 last year. They have a national team and a regional team.
And the regional teams play in NA, but this is the big team that's going to play Central Catholic on Saturday.
Yeah,
Ryan Laymeyer and the boys have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they've had Nolan Smith and Blake Corum come through the halls in the last few years. Angel Reese went to St. Francis Academy, now a WNBA star. And then Westing.
She just signed an endorsement deal, I think, with Reese's, which was kind of like one of those things that was long overdue.
And then Westinghouse and Beaver the last game.
Can you imagine Little Donnie football being the starting center at St. Francis, Baltimore for the national team? They just love your scrappiness.
I could see him as like a heart and soul type player.
Blood and guts.
Yep. All right, so Donnie's assignment today for Power Rankings, the top 5 WPIAL football programs of all time.
Oh, he put his head down as soon as you said that to him.
And went to work.
Well, I think he had a very easy time picking number 1. Sometimes picking number 1 can be tough in these things. I want you to go in honorable mention all the way to 1, Donnie, but I don't think it was tough for you to pick at least number 1 here. But I am very interested to see how things shook out behind number 1.
Yeah, so I did put 3 honorable mentions on this list. I was just going to do 1, but I figured out, screw it, I'll just do 3. Central Valley is one of those. They've only been a program for 14 years. Since 2010, they have won 5 WPIAL championships. So all time, it's hard to put them in the top 5, but they're knocking on that door because what they've accomplished in a decade and a half is pretty much unparalleled.
I think people from Center Township or Monaca claim more credit for them, like for Central Valley being good. You think there's still a rivalry there?
That's a good question. I don't wonder.
You know, one side of that equation has to think that they're contributing more to the success. Anyway, Donnie, I don't want to belabor this, so keep going.
Central Catholic, another honorable mention. I probably should have put them in the top 5,
but you didn't.
That's a snub right there.
Well, from a historical.
No likes it if he's listening. Bob Smizik, because he would not be able to tolerate the idea that a private school would be allowed to jump in on this.
Damar Hamlin, Dan Marino, F off. You didn't make the top 5.
Well, from a historical standpoint, all of their WPIAL titles have come after 2000.
Okay.
North Catholic almost beat them my sophomore year when they had no business even competing, but a lightning storm derailed
And then
the Trojans.
last honorable mention?
I did put Woodland Hills in there. Shockingly, only 5 WPIAL championships, but 14 NFLers.
I was going to say, they put
over the course of time.
That's a factory of pros right there.
Who's the best NFLer there? Do we have to say Gronk, even though he really was just a hired gun?
No, I think you say Jason Taylor.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, he was a stud, dude, and some people don't even remember he went there.
All right, Donnie, give us the top 5.
Number 5, I'm going with Thomas Jefferson. 10 WPIAL championships, 9 of those since 2004. So in the last 20 years, they've won the WPIAL 9 times. And their head coach, just an absolute badass. We're going to get people calling for him to probably be the Steelers' defensive coordinator by the middle of November like we do every year.
He's been bandied about whenever Pitt was looking for new coaches, there were people calling up, and I mean this, Donnie, you were still in, high school. There were people calling up when Pitt was trying to figure out who should coach them after Todd Graham, very seriously saying it's time to give Bill Chirpak his shot.
The leader of the Cargo Shorts Mafia.
I will tell you this. One of my favorite, Doran likes to tell some tales from high school about how he was so much bigger and stronger than most of the kids. He could just look over and intimidate. And he said every game when I played at West A, I would stand at the 50 and stare at the other sideline to just basically scare them into oblivion, right? He said he tried it against TJ and saw like Lucas Nix, Dom DeSico, and a bunch of dudes big as him or bigger than him staring right back at him, and he said, I knew then it was going to be a very long day.
Number 4.
Number 4 is Newcastle. They have won 11 titles in the district. They are also one of the leaders in wins in the entire state. Now, they're not tops in wins, and you'll hear a couple of other programs higher than them on this list, but 754 wins for Newcastle over the course of time.
Surprised by that, but the numbers, I guess, back it up.
I think of them
I'm
more
not a
as
high school football aficionado, but
the Hooker brothers. I mean,
if Donnie's got the stats to back it up, who am I to argue with that?
Well, here's the thing with them. Their basketball team, I think, has been more noteworthy over the years. I mean, I think they were leading LeBron's team his senior year by 4 at the half in basketball. But I mean, Malik Hooker,
sure,
Marcus Hooker, they've had dudes for sure.
Tons of hookers. 3.
Had to give a shout to Westmoreland County here. Jeanette, they're going to get a spot on this top 5. 10
Isn't Jeanette on hard times? Aren't they going like 2-8
a
season?
A bit, but I mean, you're talking historical reference here. It's not right now.
That's
10
true,
WPIAL
championships. What have you done for me lately?
All besides 3 different decades, the 40s, the 60s, and the 90s. They've won a district title in every single decade.
Cook was probably just in awe of them in the 40s, wasn't he?
With that big Jayhawk.
Well, he wouldn't have been because they didn't win. Maybe in the 30s.
They're running the veer here at Jeanette.
Okay.
777 wins in their school's history, and also they do have the argument of one of the greatest high school football players of all time, individually.
All right. Quickly, I'm going to say I don't like that last part. I don't think that should matter because there have been so many great ones to come out of this area. I know this team isn't one of your top 2. North Hills could claim LeVar Arrington, or Wash High could say Brian Davis for the same reason.
Or Monongahela with Joe Montana.
Hopewell could say Russell Shell. I don't love that part of the argument for them.
Number 2.
That's also why I kept Woodland Hills off the top 5 because, they've sent a lot of guys to the NFL, but that would be like saying that the Pitt Panthers are a pristine team in college football at the same time.
Okay.
All right, what do you got?
Number 2.
Clairton's number 2. 14 WPIAL titles. They've won 10 since 2006. They have not been as dominant in the last couple of years. They might be swinging back around to that, though. But they had some unbelievably good teams in the last 15 years.
There was a run because they didn't play up from single A like Aliquippa did. The thing with them, Donnie, I'm not disputing their place. They deserve it. Boyd's teams were outrageous. I will say, though, they just had such an outrageous collection of talent in such a small enrollment. They were playing teams. When I say hopelessly overmatched, I mean hopelessly.
I don't think of them as like just top of mind. I don't think of them as a WPIAL high school football power. I just don't.
I mean, I think Donnie's falling victim to one thing here. When Donnie was on the come up, they were Boyd's teams. I grew up when NA and North Hills were the 2 top dogs. Shaler had good teams. My cousin played for a couple really good Shaler teams. But in the mid-'90s, you got Shaler, McKeesport, NA, North Hills. Those were the big dogs around here.
And then number 1, Chartiers Houston.
Number 1, Jefferson Morgan.
Yeah, there's only one option here, and there is zero debate behind Aliquippa being number 1. I mean, they've had kids. There's guys that are like my age who have gone to Aliquippa and have only known them to play in the WPIAL championship game. They've won it 20 times. They have 783 wins. Like every single season, you can just bookmark them in the district title game, and you can have whoever against them. No matter how big the competition is they're playing. They play schools sometimes 3 times their size.
Donnie,
they still kick their ass.
I'll go one further. I think they're the best high school football program in the United States.
Pound for pound, for sure.
Pound for pound. Like, I'm not talking about like De La Salle in California with a small enrollment and it's a private school.
Pound for pound,
You're talking about public school pound for pound. There is not a better football program in the United States.
I won't argue that.
It all kicks off tomorrow, KDKA, and their big KDK football classic at the Wolverina all weekend long, Friday and Saturday. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. Coming up next, Tomlin Talks. Let's get into what Coach T had to say about Saturday's game, their mindset for their last exhibition tune-up, who's playing, what the hell's going on with slot corner, who's going to play wide receiver, the kickoff return nonsense, all of this coming up in a few minutes. First, though, Circa, I'm going to be back out there, folks, in October. Just confirmed that today for Pittsburgh and Vegas. Viva Las Vegas! I will be back there, folks. And I've not seen an Elvis impersonator there, believe it or not. All my trips, I've not seen one. I've not run into somebody who was like Fat Elvis in Vegas. Maybe this will be the time.
That would be depressing.
I've run into the guy who wears black and gold and who looks like Jesus out there, and the Pope. But I've not run into an Elvis impersonator. Circa Sportsbook is where you got to be, folks. That is the spot. And Friday night we are going to have giveaways like tickets to the game. Believe it or not, they are in demand. So hard to find. So expensive. We're giving them away Friday night. All weekend long, get your butt over to the Circa Resort Stadium Swim. It is a bucket list thing to do for a Pittsburgh sports fan. I was just chatting with one of my buddies today. He was out there this summer and said, holy crap, was that unreal. The scenery was excellent. Just the people watching was phenomenal. The bathing suits, awesome. And so, yeah, get over there for the Circa Resort and Casino this October for the game. CircaLasVegas.com to book your spot. Mulsey.
The bathing suits, Tony.
Yes.
Wow.
Fashion, bathing suit.
High fashion. Haute couture.
Somebody just texted in Jeanette ? Might as well add Quigley Catholic.
He's getting roasted already.
That sounds like some GCC loser.
I was going to say something really mean there, but I won't. Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct right now. Me and you and everybody. Stop it, Pony. Would you just pipe down here? Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct. So, football season, I mean, that's what we're talking about right now at every level is here. And so you know that if football season's here, fall's around the corner. What does fall mean? Cooler temperatures. What do cooler temperatures mean? Colder temperatures eventually. Get your home ready. Get your window game on point. Do not let the drafty windows that might have conspired against you this summer if you were dragging your feet do the exact same thing to you this winter. Check out Universal Windows Direct. Their super spacer technology. It's exclusive to them. Makes their windows perform better, last longer, and keep your home comfortable for all seasons. And Universal Windows Direct backs them up with a true lifetime warranty. As long as you own the home, then 20 years to the next home owner. Call them today. Schedule your free in-home estimate, 412-545-6003. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit, plus 0% financing for 60 months. That is 5 years. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For tonight, expect mainly clear skies, a low of 53 degrees, winds light and variable out of the east-northeast. On Friday, mostly sunny and a high of 81, southeast winds around 5 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Come see the changes at Club Erotica. Open for your team's favorite games. Watch the big screens in their new seating area with beautiful girls. Free admission between 7 and 8 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday. Join their in-house fantasy football league with weekly payouts and prizes. Happy birthday, Dom the intern.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024, live Friday, September 27th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Toe the Wedge Project. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/steal.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer Doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, that's the power of
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Dog days of summer are here. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. 2024 Jeep Wrangler, starting at $449 a month for 27 months. Or the 24 Jeep Compass Limited, starting at $199 a month for 27 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram is South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
For more than 70 years, business owners, facility directors, and loss prevention managers have entrusted the security of their property and their employees to Guardian Protection. If your business needs access control, surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, or a fire alarm system, rely on Guardian, Pittsburgh's hometown security expert. For a no-charge security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and Clear Skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back to school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject. Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school. Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue. You got it. And markers? Of course. Oh, geez. Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Get ready for an electrifying night at Cheerleaders Saturday, August 24th. Mayweather versus Gotti 3, only at Cheerleaders.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires payroll display and an auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're seeing a good deal of congestion on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're backed up from Technology Drive all the way through the tunnels to Edgewood Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Paul Skenes takes the mound for the Pirates tonight. That's a 6:40 first pitch over at PNC Park. Leadoff show comes your way at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's Pony and Muller.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's right, we're at the Rivers. 15-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Okay, Mike Tomlin talking a little while ago. We've got some of the highlights from his press conference to go over here and discuss and debate. We also have what Ken Rosenthal, the biggest insider in all of baseball, is saying about Paul Skenes as he gets ready to toe the rubber in what is otherwise a meaningless game for the Pirates, because they have been, for all intents and purposes, knocked out of any kind of postseason discussion, and frankly, finishing 500 right now seems like a very uphill battle that they won't win. That's coming up later in the show, but let's go through some of what Tomlin had to say. This is it. This is their last dress rehearsal before the real thing in Atlanta on September 8th. And he had this to say to Jeff Hathorn and other reporters today about the mindset that the Steelers have going into this last preseason game.
Is kind of a unique one probably because we're trying to get the best of both worlds. This is our third preseason game, and historically the third preseason game has been a dry rehearsal, if you will, for the regulars, and we have that mentality. That's why we did the simulation work week. But also it has some characteristics of the old fourth preseason game, because it's the last opportunity for some men to state a case for themselves, to find jobs, to define roles, to show what they're capable of.
So I think he's going to try to split it. I think he's going to treat the first half like the third preseason game used to be, and the second half like it was that old Steelers-Panthers game that we used to watch
RJ
during
Bowers,
Ribfest.
He's showing up big.
Yeah.
So do you think that each quarterback gets one quarter probably? Of the two guys we care about, obviously, that we're talking about, it would stand to reason then that you would think they would either each get a quarter, or
you know what?
If you don't want to expose your starting line that long.
We got caught up in it because Pomp said earlier this hour that he grew up on Mad Dog 2020, which basically brought the house down here at the Rivers. How about Bob's answer on the quarterbacks? I did not see that coming.
Well, that's a change from him. It represented a change. He had been, I think, and he still is resolute. He's with me in that he has been unimpressed by Fields. But he's one of the few major, and there really are no more major local names, to throw open the idea that this is not a done deal. I mean, yeah, I could tell you were taken aback. I certainly was when he did not dismiss the possibility that Fields would start.
It just made me feel like Bob, who's around the team and has been for the entire preseason and is doing pre-game conversations with Mike Tomlin and others to prepare himself for these broadcasts, that
he's hearing things
that make him think that Russell Wilson is not locked in as the Steelers quarterback, even though that's what Hathorn has said, even though that's what Dulac has said, even though that's what Cavalli has said. I'm sure when Fittipaldo joins us in an hour and 15 minutes, he'll say the same exact thing. So there's strength in numbers there that all these insiders who are around the team every day say that, but the guy that you would think right now who has the most access is Pomp, and he reads into the fact that Tomlin hasn't named the starting quarterback and that he's making – he said making Russell Wilson play in this game tells him that it's not a done deal. It's not a open shut case. The die has been cast situation. If you read between the lines, he pretty much said if they still had Ben Roethlisberger on this roster, he would not be playing in this game on Saturday.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because this is, I think, an important question and a distinction to draw. Is it more incumbent on, like, Wilson to not screw it up here, to just show basic competence? Like, what could affect this more? Actually, let me rephrase this. What could affect or change the locally perceived setup here, which is that Wilson will be the starter week 1, Fields is the backup? What could do more to change that? Bad outing by Wilson and just average outing by Fields, or average outing by Wilson, terrific outing by Fields? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, so whose hands is it more in? Can Fields actually?
Bad by Wilson.
That's what I think, which is why I still think it's probably like 90% or higher that he's their starter, maybe 95. Like, I think he would have to be alarmingly bad. I don't really perceive there to be, and I'm not talking to anybody buried, on the inside here. I don't get the sense that there is like this appetite for, if Justin Fields leads 2 touchdown drives, suddenly this changes our entire paradigm on him. I think Wilson would have to look like a guy who's 35 going on 80 out there for them to suddenly have cold feet.
But what if it's an interception by Wilson and then 2 touchdown drives from Fields?
Okay, here's a question. Is it an intercept? I know this is splitting hairs. Is it Wilson gets them down near the red zone or in the red zone and it's like tipped ball, right? Where the guy
yeah, I mean, if it's not his fault, then.
Well, that's what or even if it's at the end of like a 9-play drive or something where
I think if he moved it and then he had made a bad decision and he turned the ball over and they came away with no points, that would piss Tomlin off even more.
But wouldn't he?
It would undo all of the good of moving the ball down the field and then some.
What if Fields made 2 touchdown drives out of it, but they were on broken plays where you couldn't possibly anticipate, even in the regular season, that always happening? So much of what I
think Tomlin loves him for the broken play.
I understand that.
Because you can't, as a defensive coordinator, scheme or defend against that. It just happens organically.
You can't, but you also can't design an offense around broken plays. I know we cite Allen in the Bills and Mahomes in the Chiefs, but both of those guys drop back, stand back there, especially Mahomes in last year's playoffs, and can pick you apart. You can't build the entire plane out of Justin Fields' improvisation when things break down.
Donnie, let's hear Tomlin on who is playing in this game and why.
But we got a desire maybe to move on from some known regulars rather quickly to provide an opportunity for others to show what they're capable of in respect to the old 4th preseason game model. And so we'll manage it. We'll play it by ear. A lot of our transitional things in terms of the amount of play that people will get will be determined by quality of play of individuals and of units. And so, I know you guys will probably have questions about how we intend to distribute reps, and that's why I took the time to kind of outline it. It's not etched in stone. We want our regulars to find some rhythm, to use it as a dry rehearsal, but then we want to move on and provide as many opportunities as we can for others to show what they're capable of.
Everything for me is still so colored by what happened last year when they went to Atlanta in the last preseason game and Kenny was dropping dimes to Deontay Johnson and moving them downfield. And it was like when they came off the field, Tomlin gave everybody a pat on the rump and was like, this is exactly what I wanted. Thank you so much for not making me,
You made this easy on me.
Yeah, it was exactly. It was you eat your broccoli, you'll get your dessert kind of thing.
And everybody ate their broccoli and did it quick.
Yep. You didn't make me raise my voice or give you any kind of ultimatums.
It's like when you have your room clean for once, like actually clean without your parents asking when you're a kid. They're so surprised they almost don't know how to react.
How did the first day of school go for Lennox? Do we have an update on?
We don't have a. I texted Alex because his bus dropped him off about 35 minutes ago. We don't have an update on I just sent a text. She's probably just like hanging out with him right now.
How about the emotions of the morning with him?
Not a single tear shed by anybody, and grandparents were over, so there was like a crowd there at the house.
A crowd had assembled for this.
Crowd had assembled. Was
there a special breakfast?
He ate his usual. He likes to eat little chicken sausage links and some stuff. But he ate his usual breakfast. I was thrilled. He was gassed up, man. He was ready to go.
Did he have his outfit on, his lunchbox?
So Alex's friend Lauren, we call her Aunt Lala. Shout out to her. She's actually probably listening right now. I'm so out of the sneaker game because, look at me. I'm wearing, comfy running shoes right now, and I wear Allbirds. I didn't realize she brought him the Giannis Freak 4s or whatever. So he's wearing, the Giannis shoes, Alex matched his outfit to match the colors, which are like an aqua green and black of the shoes, I guess.
So he was swaggy.
Oh,
he
dude,
was swaggy
and here's what I give my man a lot of credit for. He was swagged out, and he has not really shown a ton of interest in sports, but he definitely has an interest in shoes. I kept asking him, asking Alex, I said, why in half these pictures is he like posing like Captain Morgan? He's got his one leg up. She goes, oh, he's showing off the shoes because he likes them so much. Very impressed and proud.
My mom brought this up last weekend when she came to town. She has pictures of me before every first day of school from kindergarten all the way up through my senior year of high school.
Like she got you to pose for one?
Yeah.
What did you look like for the senior year one? You probably wanted nothing to do with it.
I don't think I did. I don't think I put up like any number or any sign or anything like that.
Well, the sign thing is like a last 10 years probably invention, which it's all just something you've got to do for social media. But he took pictures. He was excited. His little buddy Harper, she lives right next door to us. Like Harper and Sienna, two awesome kids. We're very good friends with the family. We have a ton of good friends on the street. We're lucky. Neighborhood's awesome. But he was like waiting for his buddy Harper to come out of the doorway. And
you guys didn't even come close to crying, huh?
Pony, so my one buddy up the street, I won't name him, but like his daughter was going to kindergarten too, and same school, and he goes, I hope you're handling today better than I am. And I was like, I got to be honest, man, I'm hoping I'm not a sociopath because I've been like just totally chill about this all day. And then I tried to invent reasons to make him feel better why I was so calm. I was like, oh, Lennox was so excited. I could only be excited for him. I mean, come on. But in the back of my mind, I'm sitting there like, me and Alex are just carrying on like normal. And I know she didn't cry. Mm-hmm. Is there something wrong with us? Especially
you were nervous. You were nervous he might cry.
I was more nervous about him being upset. And once I saw that he was like fully gung effing ho, all good. We sent, the bus pulls up, right, and there's like 10 kids, 12 kids or whatever at the stop. It's a lively bus stop. I said, hey, love you, buddy, have a good day, like, fist pound. Pony, he never looked back. He gave Alex a hug. He waved, like, very briefly to his grandparents. And then he and his little buddy, they just walked right up the steps and on the bus like it was nothing.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Mike Tomlin updates the Steelers' wide receiver position next. Donnie Debrief is about 20 minutes away. A lot to do between now and the leadoff show, getting you ready for Paul Skenes making another start in Pittsburgh. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skenes gets the ball for the Buccos. Reds and Pirates get underway at 6:40 at PNC Park. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Yeah, not Pony today. I'm going to actually go first here, Donnie. I'm going to jump in line here and tell you about Shorkey Mitsubishi. Summer finale right now at Shorkey Mitsubishi. This is the time to get the savings that you've been looking for. Two convenient locations where you take advantage, of course. North Huntington, and then Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. I drive a 2024 Outlander. I catch people looking at it when I drive by them. They do the old, the head kind of cranes as I'm driving by. So you know this thing looks awesome, loaded with features, and of course comes with peace of mind that you deserve. A 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Right now, you can get into one of those 2024 Outlanders. You can take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months. There's $5,000 off or 1.99% financing for 60 months on the new 2024 Eclipse Cross. If you want the Outlander's kind of little brother, we'll call it, up to $3,500 off on the new 2024 Outlander Sport. You go to Shorkey Mitsubishi, too. You're also getting the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance. So what are you waiting for? See them. North Huntington or Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. They've got Western Pennsylvania's best inventory. Check it online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com, Pony.
Weather Seal Home Services. They are known for the quality work that they do, the craftsmanship, all of that stuff on home service projects. Right now, roofing is their expertise and their specialty that they want me to tell you guys about. And I know that full well. I had a roofing issue at my old house before I sold it. They fixed it, did a tremendous job, A-plus job. I sold the house for even more than my asking price thanks to them. And right now, they've got a roofing sale going on. Metal roof, that's their expertise. They're nearly indestructible. They last for just about ever. 2 years without a payment. So it's 2024, 2025, the entire year, no payments. Deep into 2026, no payments. With Weather Seal, you want to take advantage of this special offer right now. It is a name you know and you know you can trust with Weather Seal. Take my word for it. Also a 6-inch gutter upgrade on this project. So take advantage of it today. No payments for 24 months. 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com. Don't delay. Call today. It's Weather Seal.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Weather Guard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. How about that Staten Island Little League coach taking wild shots at the consummate Yankee and the best right-hand hitter in all of baseball, Aaron Judge? What are we doing here? Of all the people to try to take a run at, Aaron Judge. I'm Jim Rome.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
It's back to school time. That means it's time to start saving with deals for school days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Get tons of discounts on all your favorite items so your students can be ready to take on the day. Don't miss out. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
It's water heater month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Clear this evening, the low 50.
Weather brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of 28, just past the 31st Street Bridge. Right lane is closed. That's causing a backup to Millvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
on a Pitt West Virginia Saturday.
I mean, if we're unavailable, I think I can find it.
Can I send a proxy? Can I send Harry Callis for me?
Can you imagine if he just showed up as a proxy for both of us?
Hello!
Hello! I'm actually watching baseball, but hello! Baby Yoda!
Jeff in South Park reminded me of something that I think would be a lot of fun. A PM team fantasy football league where it's just all of the characters from the show in a fantasy football league.
So would each me, you, and Donnie get to have a team?
Yes.
Okay, so 12-team league, PPR. Let's get the important stuff out of the way.
You, and Donnie.
Me, you, and Donnie. Jeff in South Park is on there. Now, Jason in Slippery Rock is more of a Twitter P1. Do we count him? Let's put him off to the side. Hoagie for sure. Our buddy Hoagie's absolutely in this league.
He invited us to his wedding reception.
And I am pretty sure we're actually able to
make that one
happen.
What about
Big Ed?
Big Ed.
Big Ed is for sure
Big Ed
in there.
Vega. He's got PM team tattooed on his body.
Put Anthony in Oakland in there.
Anthony?
We haven't heard from Anthony in a while.
I'm going to put Anthony in Oakland off to the side because Anthony just doesn't strike me as a fantasy football guy.
Oh, no, he'd say something like my fantasy is, and then he would name a woman that was like
Donna Summer.
The most desirable woman of his teenage and 20s, and then say my fantasy is meeting Donna Summer and then also watching football. All right, so
my fantasy is watching the Pirates do something competent or something like that.
How about Daryl in Houston? Cheryl Teagues.
Daryl
in Houston for sure. Very good call there. Carolyn Clinton.
Okay.
Oh, man, can you imagine the trash talk if she got on like an app and was just like, oh, great trade, moron.
We think Candy could play fantasy football?
I don't know. I think having Carolyn Clinton and Candy co-manage a team remotely would be incredible,
But
dude.
two big personalities, could they coexist?
That's why I would want to see it happen. It might be actually to our advantage if we want to win to have them coexist.
How about Dave and Delmont?
Yeah, but only if he pretends that this is the first time he's ever, called the show, because I love that bit when he did it to me.
Johnny the Barber.
Yeah, JTB's for sure in there.
Tony in Greensburg.
Put Tony. How many will we take? How many spots have we filled here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I don't know if I'm putting Tony in there yet because I want to make sure we keep it open because Tony will probably be in. But
why wouldn't he be in?
But are we forgetting anybody else? I want to make sure we're covering all of our bases here.
For all our characters.
Right. I mean, Tony is, but also Tony, like yesterday, admitted he's like, hey, I bet.
How about Adrian in Pittsburgh?
That's a good one. He doesn't like me. There would be a lot of.
Exactly.
But I think that would make it fun.
We'd have a natural rivalry there.
Oh my God, you'd have Hatfields versus McCoys.
You got Rob and O'Hara.
He'd take Mason Rudolph in the first round.
Oh, man.
It'd be funny to prevent Johnny the Barber from taking any Ohio State guy. Like, anytime somebody's up right before
we say,
him.
Johnny, you're allowed to play, but you have to take all Michigan players, and he just quits.
Just an idea I had that I was throwing around in my head.
Well, apparently, so now that you brought up fantasy football.
How about fake John and Robinson?
Oh, yeah, he would have to be in there. Yeah, put him. Can I put him in over Tony in Greensburg? Or can we move somebody out of there? Because fake John is your humorous nemesis. Although I think we definitely all get along. He likes to function as your nemesis. Donnie and I I'm really good buddies with him. I play golf with him. Donnie is a big fan of when he trolls you.
How about Aditi?
She's not a listener. She's a guest. What are we going to open it to Pomp now?
Pomp's not exclusive to our show though.
What if? Okay, who else do we have? Mike Florio.
Florio, potentially.
He'd just take all Vikings.
Steve Palazzolo.
Yeah. Steve in Vegas, I guess, balling out today, unavailable to join us. Would normally be on right now with us. Do we have any other only our show guests?
Greg Brown, but he's over football, he said. He hasn't watched a game in years.
Why?
He's just not interested in football anymore.
Just moved on to baseball.
Yeah.
So what? Calling the 35-3 comeback for Buffalo was enough for him?
I don't know.
It was an apex moment?
Yeah, he's just not into it.
Now, we got ourselves a league here. Speaking of fantasy football, I am the commissioner of our work league, and I honestly thought I would skate on that this year because I thought our boss, Spack, had kind of forgotten. Text last night near the end of the show,
to me and one other person who, Amy Mock, are basically like, she's the Michael Clayton of the building, I've described her, said, need to pick a date for fantasy football draft. And I just went, oh, no.
How about Lou in Staten Island?
Haven't heard from him in a million years. But you know what? He's a football season only caller.
He'll get cranked back up here.
Yeah. No, the first time Mike Tomlin makes a decision Lou does not like, he will be in a full froth. You know what we got to do? Do you think I have a good chance in our work league of getting people to migrate over and do it on Sleeper, that app?
No.
Yahoo is the absolute.
I don't.
The drizzling you-know-what.
I think it's got to be ESPN, Yahoo, or like CBS
Why,
Sports.
though?
Because those are the things that people grew up on.
Well, but they suck comparatively to Sleeper. Sleeper's great.
They're reluctant to change.
I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to force it through, and I swear to God, if I find out that you've been undercutting me behind the scenes.
No, I wouldn't. Why would I do that?
For show content.
Donnie, let me hear Tomlin on the receiver stuff he had to say today.
You know, it's a work in progress. You go through some challenges in terms of player availability. One man's misfortune is another man's opportunity. Thomas Graham has been given a lot of opportunity because of some misfortune of others. But we have some position flexibility within our defensive backfield, so it's not a big concern as I stand here today. But again, we're not in that scarcity mindset. We're just in an opportunity mindset. And so it's really about the opportunities that guys get at this juncture.
All right, that is him. That is Tomlin on corners, not wide receivers. But still, I mean, outside of the top two guys, slot corner is an issue. They're going to start probably an undrafted free agent. And it sounds like with Bishop, the guy hasn't been bad in training camp, but they gave him the job when training camp started. It's not like a Jalen Warren where the guy had to work his way up the depth chart.
He was the only guy there.
Right.
He was literally next man up, despite being in a position where we never see those guys get that job. And I think here's what I can't ascertain with him. He was given the job. Did he do enough to hold on to it, like, legitimately? He beat back all challengers, or did they just kind of say, this is what we've got to go with here? I'm also intrigued by this Ryan Watts still, who basically has been playing corner for, about 5 minutes?
Yeah, but he's mostly a safety, Chris.
But I know they moved him to corner, but it sounds like he's taken to it like a fish to water here.
Well, I told you, Texas Keith said from the second that guy was drafted, he's got, I think he said Darrelle Revis qualities.
Well,
is what his take was.
Well, typically understated.
He might be another guy I'm going to write down.
Ryan Watts?
No,
what?
Texas Keith for the league.
Oh, how about King Howie?
He's not really a contributor to the show.
Texas Keith is only a contributor in the sense that he makes big braggadocious bets with us.
And won and got paid in what, quarters?
Donnie, did you pay him in? Yeah, we paid him in change. That's right. That's right.
All right. The hodgepodge is next.
What are you talking about?
The hodgepodge?
No, it's not. The debrief is next.
You okay?
Yeah, I guess I'm okay.
Smelling burnt toast right now? What's going on?
The debrief is brought to you by Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Lions, the preseason finale, 1 p.m. Saturday in Detroit. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
You're betting games, you want to be able to watch them, and that's where FanDuel comes in right now, America's #1 sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. What they've got going right now is a tremendous offer between today and September 22nd. You've got a month to sign up on FanDuel. Once you make a $5 bet, you're going to become eligible to get 3 weeks of NFL Sunday Ticket for free, a free trial from YouTube and YouTube TV. So once you have a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. You just need a Google account and current form of payment. You can cancel whenever you feel like it, and those first 3 weeks are free. So if you live outside of Pittsburgh and you're worried about getting Steelers-Falcons, Steelers-Broncos, Steelers-Chargers, here's a way you can do that with FanDuel. You want to bet on a Week 1 game, but you don't have it in Pittsburgh. It's not going to be on TV. You're going to be able to watch it on YouTube TV thanks to the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook right now. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your 4th line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Debrief time. Donnie's favorite football segment of the day. Coming your way at 4:30. Although we won't have one tomorrow because Donnie will be off calling high school football action on Fridays. We look forward to that. That's going to be really cool. Big-time doubleheader Friday and then a ton of games on Saturday over at the Wolverina. The Donnie Football Debrief for August 22nd. Take it away, Don.
The debrief, August 22, 2024. This came out, I think, yesterday. I saw this going around on Twitter that Patrick Mahomes had some shade thrown his way by a flag football player, Daryl Duquette. I think I'm saying his last name correctly. Maybe Doucette, I don't know. Discussing flag football being included as an event in the 2028 Olympic Games. Made the case that he was a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes because he has a better IQ of the game.
I think he also said something else, like he cited I'm better suited for the sport, and maybe if the guy's like a hyper athletic dude in flag football and can avoid like people, I guess for that very narrow skill set, maybe he could be better than Mahomes. To suggest you have a better football IQ overall than a guy that is conservatively right now, what, the third best quarterback ever to play the game, probably second best, and soon to be best?
Soon to be best?
Yeah, he'll be the best quarterback ever within like 4 more years, probably.
One guy played until he was in his mid-40s.
Mahomes has, what, 3 Super Bowls right now?
Yes.
He might have 5 by the time he's like 31. Might have 7 by the time he's 35.
Oh,
I feel pretty good about saying he's going to be the GOAT.
Okay. All right.
Anyway.
I mean, no one's had the career longevity of Tom Brady in football.
If Mahomes wins 10 Super Bowls but stops playing at 36, I'd feel pretty good about saying he's the best ever.
I would agree with that.
Anyway, what are you doing? That's like me, I don't know. I'm trying to even think. That's like me saying I'm better than Colin Cowherd because I have more radio acumen.
Different, though. I don't agree with you on that. It's not the same. It's the same. They're both throwing footballs around, but it's two different. It's not. Baseball and softball aren't the same sport. I don't think football and flag football are the same thing. I agree with what Chad Johnson said on Shannon Sharp's show. He said he thinks that the American flag football team would beat the best NFL roster of football players in a flag football game.
Because they've trained only for that.
Yes. Because he said there's so many nuances to flag football.
Like what?
Trick plays, gimmick plays, little rules in the game that are not the same.
So you're telling me that flag football players who are not, presumably not quite NFL caliber athletes otherwise, are stopping Tyreek Hill when he gets the ball?
Now, here's, I think, is Is
Ocho lobbying to be a coach of this team?
Here's where I would disagree with him. I think that if you gave these guys enough time to acclimate themselves with the flag football rules and could give them time to practice with a flag football playbook and all those things, I don't think it would be close. I think that the NFL players would eventually blow these guys out. But if they went out and played a game of flag football today, I agree with him. I think the flag football guys would win. I think Doucette would be a better flag football quarterback in that situation than Patrick Mahomes.
I don't know, man. I look at it, it's like saying we're going to play this incredibly similar but slightly different version of basketball. Here's a group of guys who've never played in the NBA. We think they can beat the dream team. The game is different. It's mostly still basketball, but it's different enough that we think these guys are going to do it. I just don't believe
Well, hold on. I'll give you a perfect example of right up your alley where it's different. There are guys that win longest drive competitions that are not
That's just
great
one
golfers.
But that's one aspect of golf. That's
well, I think flag football is one aspect of football. There's no tackling. You take away the essence of the real game.
It's still passing and throwing, and can you make moves, and do you have good hands? I think those are all fundamental things. In fact, most of our listeners would say, they took away tackling a long time ago. James Harrison tried to tackle, and they fined him.
I don't think that the best players in the NBA would win an NBA slam dunk contest. It's a specific skill.
But again,
I think flag football is a specific skill.
Those are little gimmicks. Maybe the best shootout guys in hockey are all AHL players if they had specifically trained for only that. This is still ultimately, we snap the ball, those guys are trying to cover you, you're trying to get open for a catch, and the guy's still throwing the football. I get that taking the contact away is a significant thing. Football's a collision sport, but the basic bare bones of the game are still football.
So
why here? If it's so different, hold on. If it's so different,
yeah.
Why do most people who advocate for like safety for youth football players say you should play flag football until you're like 13? If it's so different, why would you drill them in that version of the sport if you didn't think that it was good enough to get them over to the next phase?
Hold on. I don't think that it's universally agreed upon that playing flag football into your teenage years helps you or makes you a good tackle football player. It's only done as an alternative because people don't want you taking shots to the friggin' head when you're still in your developmental years. I don't think the advice is play flag football when you're 12 or 13 because it makes you a better football player when you're in your 20s. It's only a precaution is why I think people do it. I don't think that it's like this is going to help refine your skills more. It's a safety measure. You don't think so? You think most coaches say, hey, play flag football because it's going to make you a better linebacker? They say, no, play flag football so you can preserve your body.
I think that enough coaches feel like it confers enough football-related skills to the players that it's an acceptable alternative. You know your average football coach is so psycho about football that if they thought flag football playing was leading to a real deficiency in quality football later, they'd be advocating like hell to have them continue
I think hitting. A lot of them do, dude. That's why there's so many youth programs around here where kids are getting tackled at 6 and 7 years old.
I still think you're comparing, it's still football being compared to football. All the examples you've used for me where you think NBA players win this or that is all like specialty stuff. Is Rory going to win a long drive contest? No, but a long drive contest isn't an actual golf tournament.
And flag football isn't actual football.
It is much closer to actual football than a long drive tournament is to a golf tournament or a slam dunk contest is to the NBA freaking playoffs. I still can't. I mean, the brass on this guy to say that he's better than Mahomes, though, is something.
I mean, Chad Johnson to me is an honest broker on this. Why would he lie? Why would he say it's an open shut case that guys in the league I played in where I was a borderline Hall of Famer would mop the floor with these nobodies, these schmoes?
I give Ocho a lot of credit because he's just being very clever about the, he's taking a clever side here as a guy that was a very good football player. Like a real football player.
Donnie, did you ever play flag football or did you go right into tackle from the second you got into it?
Organized, it was tackle the whole way. I mean, flag football was only in like elementary school gym class.
Yeah. So when did you start playing tackle football?
6 years old.
See? Look at that, Malsey. Out in Westmoreland County, they're not saying, hey, let's hone your skills with some flag football. They're putting pads on these suckers when they're in kindergarten.
Well, they probably are now. I mean, that was like 20
John
plus
Football
years
had him
ago.
doing Oklahoma drills against the washing machine.
Close.
I don't know. The little kids in our neighborhood are playing tackle football, where the helmets, they look like bobbleheads out there.
Are they putting the Guardian caps on them?
Not in the videos I've seen.
Now, see,
Washington County is not a Guardian cap town.
Now, see, wouldn't that make the absolute most sense? If you're trying to protect these kids while still doing tackle football, you put the big, great Gazoo Guardian cap on them? If it's good enough for James Daniels, isn't it good enough for these kids, or is it a cost thing?
Did he wear one in the second game, or was it just the first game that he did it?
I think he plans on wearing it the whole way through.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he wore it. He has that because they have that logoed skull cap that pulls over it and makes it look a lot more normal. I think here's a bold prediction, just apropos of nothing on the NFL season. I think by the end of the year, you will see a significant enough that you're like actually taking notice of it, number of players wearing Guardian caps.
I don't think so. I think it's like the baseball cap with the pad in it that pitchers could wear to help them, like in case a line drive came back at him and one guy did it and then
I think you're
going to
see a bunch of interior linemen are going to be the ground zero for this.
I don't
you're going to see a lot of them.
I think it's like guys not wanting to wear sleeves when it's cold out. I think it's a manhood thing.
Well, being cold is one thing. Having your bell rung repeatedly is a
I think Freiermuth should put one on.
He actually should. He absolutely
should. I think
should.
Tua should have the biggest Guardian cap on his helmet in the entire league.
By that logic, Kenny should have one, but I frankly don't think Kenny's going to have to worry about facing too much contact this year.
Why is that?
Because he's not going to play.
And what if he did?
Then he should probably wear a Guardian cap that's 3 sizes bigger than the normal one, because doesn't he have the same number of concussions
as Kenny Pickett played 17 games, would the Eagles make the playoffs?
No.
Would they finish in last place?
Very possible. Probably third, because the Giants stink.
So the Commanders would make the playoffs there.
I think the Commanders would be better than them, yeah. Seth, again, is an Eagles fan. When you threw out the first Pickett hypothetical, he almost looked like he was tasting a lemon.
A lemon drop. He
was like, somebody like gave him a lemon and said, here, have this lemon. And he went, ooh, no.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 56 degrees. Many of you who are listening could be headed over to PNC Park to watch Paul Skenes pitch tonight. Even though the team is circling the drain, Skenes is still a massive draw. Ken Rosenthal, who is by far the biggest baseball insider, with an article on Skenes and his short-term future getting shut down, Pirates' plans with him, sparks an interesting debate that we'll have next. Quick timeout, then we're back for a long commercial-free segment. I'm going to tell you guys right now about Circa and how I will be back there in October for another game between Vegas and Pittsburgh. This is a rivalry as old as time with these two teams, even though the Vegas team has moved around quite a bit, and fans are pumped for it. They want to see Pittsburgh and Vegas. Anytime we get a trip to Vegas, or reason, an excuse to go to Vegas, people love it. And football fans here clamoring for this game and this matchup. Tickets so hard to get. How about you stay with Circa, the Circa Resort and Casino? That's where you should go. If you can't get in the game, watch it at the Circa Swim, Stadium Swim. It's amazing. 150-foot screen TV. They have all the games on. College football Saturday, pro football Sundays. Friday night, the Friday before the game, they're going to give away tickets. I'll be a part of that broadcast, the pregame tailgate party, drink specials, giveaways, the whole 9 yards, getting you pumped up for that game. So join me at Circa Resort and Casino this October. Go to circalasvegas.com to book your spot.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. A reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Get ready for an electrifying night at Cheerleaders Saturday, August 24th. Mayweather versus Gotti 3, only at Cheerleaders.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah.
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kick off fall with Labor Day deals at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on select interior paint via Lowe's gift card rebate for your next paint project. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members save more on select 1.5 pint or 1 quart mums. Get 5 for just $10. Shop these can't-miss deals today before they're gone. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. See lowes.com/rebates for details.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys. Injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
What makes Renewal by Andersen Windows a clear choice? Adam Crowley here. It's their signature composite Fibrex material, which is twice as strong as vinyl and warranted to last decades. It has the beauty of wood without the maintenance, and with 9 exterior colors to choose from, you get the perfect look to upgrade your home. Renewal by Andersen's windows are installed by certified master installers that you can trust to do the job right, and whose work is backed by a fully transferable warranty. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st, 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company, a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual world and then lets you connect with people in real life. Tons of games at Pins for you to come in and play. Duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and so much more. Even classic arcade games. Pins has a fully stocked bar too. Fun cocktails, refreshing draft beers. The perfect place to bring a date or your friends. Bring your kids too. Bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone to enjoy. Pins, that's how we roll.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only and stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of 28 at the exit for Etna and Butler. There is a lane restriction that's causing a backup to the Highland Park Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates and Reds square off. First of a 4-game set tonight at PNC Park. 6:40 first pitch on the Fan. Leadoff show comes your way at 5:45. Paul Skenes set to make another start. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. Live from the Rivers Casino, it's Pony and Muller.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Donnie football back in Greentree. We are at the Rivers. This place is bumping as fans trickle in to watch Paul Skenes pitch down the road here later on tonight. This will be his 17th start for the Pirates. He is now here at the Rivers Casino, no longer the favorite to win the Rookie of the Year. For months, it looked like he was a shoo-in, a slam dunk. He was running away with it. We were even having Cy Young Award discussions here. Jackson Merrill of the Padres has moved ahead of Skenes. Pomp 3 weeks ago on the Showdown said, "Man, I think I want to bet Jackson Merrill to win the Rookie of the Year." I hope he did, Malsey, because if that were the case about a month ago, he would have had a massive underdog in long shot. And now the odds makers agree that Skenes is more likely to be the runner-up than he is the winner. And guess what? In that scenario, Pirates still screwed. More Pirates can't have nice things, file it under. The baseball gods always seem to get together and conspire against the Pirates. Oftentimes the Pirates do something that peeves off the baseball gods to conspire against them. This would be another example of that, because Ken Rosenthal wrote about this in The Athletic, baseball's biggest insider. If Skenes finishes first or second in the Rookie of the Year voting, the Pirates lose a year of control. So right now, if he finishes third in the Rookie of the Year voting, they would get 6 more years of Skenes. If he finishes first or second, they have 5 more years of Skenes. So the whole premise of the article is there is an added temptation to shut him down that is not strictly, let's preserve the man's arm, let's keep bullets in the chamber for next year. It's quite literally, do we want more Paul Skenes? And if he doesn't pitch again after tonight, then, I think you could stand to reason baseball writers would pick somebody else in the top 2 of the Rookie of the Year. Maybe it would be
Imanaga.
Who else? Imanaga, the Brewers outfielder.
Churrillo.
Chorizo?
No, churro.
Churro. Was it the chorizo sausage that Randall Simon hit? Which one did he take?
I think he took out a bratwurst. I think that was your average bratwurst.
That's
right
still
there.
one of your Only the Pirates moments. This really is an Only the Pirates scenario, though.
Well, there's another aspect to it that's even worse for them right now. Because they did not call Skenes up right away at the start of the season, if you do something like that where you call the player up and more or less guarantee the service time, you lock that in before he even, you find out if he would be a first two in the Rookie of the Year, then you would get a compensatory pick.
At the end of the first round.
At the end of the first round. I think I have to go back into Ken's story. I'm sorry. Is it if he finishes in the top two? I believe it is.
Yes.
So if you call the guy up from day one, essentially, guaranteeing the service time, and he finishes top two, they say, good for you for actually calling the guy up when you didn't know for sure how good he would be.
We're trying to
incentivize you to do this and bring up your young players and not necessarily keep them down for service time manipulation. Here is a pick that is one of presumably the 35 best players in this draft class as like a little balm for you. Because in a way, I'll say this quickly, that kind of incentivization is also really just like a morsel being flicked at the small market team. Because when baseball's saying it's in our best interest for these younger star-level players on small market teams to come up early, what they're really saying is we'd love for them to hit free agency as early as possible so one of the big dogs can sign them. That really is like the tacit admission there. We would like them to get to free agency earlier so that when they sign with the Yankees or the Dodgers, they might be really good for 5 years instead of 3 into that free agent.
I think they feel like they're throwing a bone to the players' union because they know that this manipulation takes place.
They're absolutely trying to throw a bone to the players' union, but you're not going to, if you're the Pirates, point being in me bringing that up is you are not eligible for that draft pick compensation. If you stop him right now, you draw the ire of virtually everybody. And in this, you know how we've talked about Pirates fans would almost wish that the team would sign a $200 million player even if he stunk because it would make them feel like they were in the game a little bit, like, hey, $20 million a year, whatever it would be. I don't care if the guy underperforms the deal, at least they signed it. I think there are a lot of Pirates fans who would agree with this idea. They want the Pirates to keep pitching Paul Skenes simply because he's one of their 5 best pitchers. Service time, years of control be damned. Act like you give a crap. Act like that is not always the primary concern.
Well, and Rosenthal points out here that there are no plans to shut him down, that he anticipates Skenes will pitch the rest of the year. And if that happens, his quote is, it's like the keg is tapped at both ends. They would lose the year of service time.
Yep.
They would not get a draft pick. And because they called him up so early, it was not into June, it was
Super
May,
2.
He would also be eligible to make more money sooner.
Fine. So what? They can afford to do that. They can afford to pay him whatever his arbitration numbers are.
Okay, so my next question is, do they get credit for that then?
Yes, actually, because I think it is a move towards next year. Yes, they should get credit for that, not just because it's behaving like a big boy baseball team. I have said this numerous times. A key reason to not shut him down is if you fancy yourself a 2025 contender, you need him for 190 innings plus. And the only way to work him up to a number that you are comfortable with as an organization, given the way you've generally handled pitchers, is to let him get to like 155, 160 this year, or close to it. So continuing to pitch him basically through the end of the year accomplishes that aim and tells me you are thinking seriously about next year.
Are you tacitly hoping that he's mediocre so he doesn't win the Rookie of the Year, finish second in it at this point then?
No, because it's not my problem.
Yes, it is your problem.
I mean, are they going to keep him for the 6th year? Or do we even think they would keep him for the 6th year if they had it? They traded Garrett Cole before they got to that point.
No, but they'd keep him for an extra year, whether that's the 6th year or not. I think. You don't think? I mean, I think it would lock in an extra year of Paul Skenes in a Pirates uniform.
I guess honestly, just seeing them do right by the player here matters more to me.
Well, the other side of this I wonder about is, are they doing this to curry favor with Skenes because they think in the long run it'll help them get some kind of deal done with him the same way they did with Keller, and
I know
he'll
you
sacrifice a free agent year to stay here longer because he'll feel like they did right by him. And also, it just I mean, if I were in his company, I would think people around him would see dollar signs, but I don't know. I mean, might he think this organization has my best interest in mind? And also, I can get a lot of guaranteed money now and not have to wait for it in 2 or 3 years. I will make that move with the Pirates and give them
I know a lot of people because
a free agent year or two because of it.
Because he's not a Boris client, a lot of people, I think you included, are holding out at least a smidgen of hope that he would sign.
I am. I am doing that.
I do not think that to be the case.
But
I don't.
But if they thought for sure that all they were going to get was this first contract, they were not going to get anything beyond that.
Yep.
If I were them, I would be more inclined to shut him down and get the extra year.
But again, if you shut him down now by your own way of handling innings, you can't really pitch him for a full season next year.
Yes, you can.
So you're just tossing Tom Verducci's famous rule out the window.
He's 6'6", 235. I feel like
he's big guys have Tommy John all the time.
Like who?
Justin Verlander, didn't he just have it finally?
Yeah, after
Jacob
like 20 years.
Jacob DeGrom's a pretty tall, lanky guy.
Well, yes, exactly. Tall and lanky. Lanky is not tall and built like an ox.
Garrett Cole missed a ton of time this year. He didn't have Tommy John. Jamison Tyon's 6'5", 240. He's had it twice.
Well, he had it, though. He had it in high school? I mean, he had it very early in his life.
I know, but he still had it.
Okay, but he came in with known arm issues.
Big guys have Tommy John
Big guys
surgery.
don't have. I mean, Garrett Cole went a very long time, and by the way, he did not have Tommy John surgery.
I know.
I said
he missed. I didn't say he had.
Well,
Tommy
I know. I'm
John.
just saying. So that's what I mean. More incentive. The bigger they are, the harder it is for them to get Tommy John. Is my point. All the data suggests big guy, stronger ligament.
Does it?
You're struggling to come up with these big.
No. But has there been a study done that says big guy, stronger ligament?
Yes, the anecdotal analysis that I'm doing right now.
Well, you love anecdotal analysis. You're such an anecdotal guy. You never supported facts with.
I gave you a chance
stats.
to give me the rebuttal.
I don't make lists of pitchers who have Tommy John surgery. I just know that in all the language and literature about it and studying that's been done, they've basically traced it back to two things. One of which actually will support your argument here. Not throwing a ton of pitches overall. Skenes hasn't because he hasn't been a pitcher full time. And the only thing I think Sawchik wrote this, Travis Sawchik said, they discovered was they ended up with a pitcher. They found out that the guy who was a rubber arm pitcher, who threw hard, by the way, had a freaking UCL that was a millimeter thicker than normal, and that mattered.
You can say back to me, well, the Pirates feel a certain way. The Pirates disagree with you, or the Pirates think this, or the Pirates think that. I'm just asking you, not the Pirates.
Okay.
If he throws 135 innings this year and gets shut down, and then next year throws 195 innings, are you going to feel like he's going to blow out his arm now because he went from 135?
I'm not. I'm not.
So then why would you advocate? Okay, I know how they might feel.
Because I still think it's a smarter way to build a guy up. I still think it's a better way to build a guy up is he threw about 130 innings last year. I want a nice gradual step up there, ideally.
I prescribe to Donnie's way of looking at this, which is when you have such a precious commodity who is so important to your team and your future, why risk having him pitch games that don't matter for you? Why risk any chance of injury? If you're saying big guys can get hurt, don't give me Garrett Cole's and Justin Verlander's as examples of guys having long careers without injuries. Why risk somebody that's so important to their future getting hurt in games that they're 8 under and they're 8 games out?
I just want to see him pitch more innings. I think it would be good for him and for them. He's still also got to continue to refine the arsenal even more. More reps. I'm good with it. See, you have a different tack on this because I think it's colored mostly by the fact that you seem to genuinely believe, and I don't know what percentage I could even put it at with you, but the way you're talking about it makes me think you are not just flippantly throwing it out there. It seems to me you really think they could get him on a contract that buys out free agent years, and I just fundamentally don't think that's the case. I'd love for it to be true. I'd love to be proven wrong here, and he's a Pirate till he's at least like 30 years old. I just don't think that's going to happen.
I think that's one of the reasons why they drafted him. I think if they took Dylan Cruz in the first round, it was they knew for sure that they were only going to have him for the duration of that first contract, and that factored into them picking Skenes over Cruz because they think there's at least a chance with Skenes if they do right by him and handle him correctly, he will sign an extension just like Keller did.
He's a different class of pitcher than Keller.
No doubt. But Cruz was looked at as a different – Skenes and Cruz were both looked at as elite prospects, that if Cruz had been in this past draft and not last year's draft, he would have went number 1 overall. right? I mean, there were multiple number one caliber picks, and isn't the consensus that if you have two guys that are graded equally, pitcher and hitter, you take the hitter because the guy plays every day?
That's what I thought, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And I that's what I think it comes. I think the agent absolutely factored into their decision making, which really though in that respect you can give Cherington less credit for taking Skenes because it wasn't based so much on him thinking Skenes was the better prospect than Cruz. He was looking at signability and long-term availability of the player over anything else. So I don't know. I mean, to me, if you're not going to get him to sign beyond this contract, then I don't really see a good reason to keep pitching him. You're going to lose a year of service time on him because you're just doing what? You want to play nice with the players union? I don't see how in the long term that benefits the Pirates.
So you would shut him down right now? This start and then that's it?
No, I wouldn't if my premise that...
But you feel that their goal really is to keep him here long term?
Yeah.
Man, I just feel like that is such a far off notion to even consider. I'm trying
what's
to participate
long term? I don't mean he's going to sign
like an extra 2 to 3 years beyond where he should be here.
Yes.
Like almost a full decade with the Pirates. Because that's what it would be. It would be close to a decade to start his career here.
Instead of
9 or
6
10
years, it would be 8 or 9. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think 10. I think he'd give up 1 or 2 years of free agency. I'm
trying to take this seriously. It's just that what you are proposing is even within the realm of like slight possibility. Seems so far fetched to me that I'm having trouble like formulating even a counter to it.
Well, their last franchise player did it. McCutchen did it. He signed an extension
Paul
with
Skenes,
them.
by your own admission, you think could be the greatest pitcher ever.
Yes.
Andrew McCutchen was at no point the greatest baseball player in the league at that time.
I also just think he's wired differently, though, man.
I think people want to believe that he's wired differently. I think we'll find out soon enough if he is or not. You know what? We'll find out that he's wired differently if and when he actually takes a deal to remain here through his first free agent year or two. Until such time as that actually happens, I will reserve the right to believe that Paul Skenes is like any other 22-year-old who knows he's awesome at something. He wants to be paid top dollar for it as soon as humanly possible.
But so then, if you don't think he's going to sign...
I just think it'll help him as a pitcher for the 5 years they'll have him. Yes, I know that is what you could consider a thinly premised argument to keep pitching him.
It is, because would you rather have an extra 25 innings to help him next year and the year after that, or have him for 6 years instead of 5?
I'd rather have an extra 35 innings.
Why though?
Stubbornness.
But can you? Right? Yeah, it's you can't make a good argument for that, Chris.
I mean, don't you think
it's an extra full year of the best pitcher in baseball?
I would get some legitimate satisfaction out of them not jaking his service time. I really would. Even though it would be.
But what
it would be
good
damaging,
does it do them?
What good does it do them? It does them no good. It makes me happy.
It doesn't help make them a better baseball team at all. It actually puts a sooner expiration date on their transcendent player.
Well, not when they sign him to an extension, of course.
What are you talking about? You just said they're not going to sign him to an extension.
But you are, so it's not really going to put that expiration date.
Well, but you're moving the goalposts on me to not. Yes, you are.
No, what I'm saying is here, I have watched them do what I know is service time manipulation
time
so
out.
many
So
times. This is the fan equivalent. This is the service time equivalent of what I have not decried people, just pointed out that people have said about them for a long time. That if they signed a player to a contract for $250 million or something, like $25 million a year, that people would be happy even if it blew up in their faces, because it would at least mean that they were playing ball the way other teams do.
But you've always said that that's kind of nonsensical, that you'd rather be the Guardians and win 95 games than be the Mets and spend $300 million and finish 81 and 81. You'd rather have a good baseball team than a bad baseball team.
No, I haven't said that. I would actually rather my team spend money. I think that I have always defended big market teams and said I would love to be a fan of a team where they think nothing of spending $250 million plus. That is supposed to be what this is about. These should not be treated like what you would call serious business investments. These are fun playthings for civic pride. I have always said that, and I would reject any notion to the contrary.
Okay, so just to make sure I hear right, you'd rather have them go 79 and 83 but spend $150 million, then win 95 games and spend 50.
In the principle of what are you trying to do to build a winner, yeah. Like, just the Prince. But see,
I don't understand that.
You're creating a false choice here. Nobody's going to say I'd rather see 79 wins than 95. But, like, when you're the 95-win team, it does frustrate me that you've only spent $50 million.
Okay,
I'm not going to give you a big pat on the back for having been that much far out ahead of everybody else.
But if you are so pessimistic on Skenes that you think there's no way he signs an extension, then you should be in favor of them doing whatever it takes to get an extra year from him.
But, I mean, I'm not even sure, because I'm so pessimistic, that if the arbitration cost got high enough for them that they might not move him after 4 years, where this would become somewhat irrelevant. Like, if they were a bad team around him crumbling, then his greatest value to them would be as a tradable asset. If all of this – because there's not a whole lot beyond him and two other starters.
Fine, but then when you go to trade him, you offer a team 3 years of Paul Skenes instead of 2. It's an extra year of the best pitcher in baseball.
But if you're also offering him to a huge market team, they might just say, it doesn't make a difference, we're going to sign him to an ungodly amount of money anyway.
I mean, if you found out in hockey or football, like, the Penguins would get an extra year of Sidney Crosby, and all they had to do was sit him out the last 10 games of the season, you would be all for it. If they got an extra year of C.J. Stroud in Houston, and all they had to do was sit him out the last game of the season, you would be for it. So I'm just confused as to why.
Those are capped leagues. Those are capped leagues where you don't have to worry about your team necessarily manipulating a situation like that. Oh, I know. You're frustrated by this argument because you think me a logical man and this goes against all logic.
It does.
But I know you're just going to have to deal with that this time.
Texas on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Fittipaldo on the Steelers next as they get ready for the Lions on Saturday. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skenes starts for the Pirates tonight. The Reds are in town, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Weather Seal Home Services. The metal roof is nearly indestructible. It can last for a very long time. Why wouldn't you want that when in the market or in the long, exhaustive search of trying to come up with something that is going to add value to your home and also provide your family shelter and all those important things? And you want to do it at the right cost. I don't know anything about putting a roof on my own. I know my dad once tried to do that, and he put a nail right through his boot when we were working on my uncle's house back in the day. So why not just trust the experts to do it? And Weather Seal has definitely been that for me for over a decade. No payments for 24 months with Weather Seal. That's right, 2 years without a single payment from Weather Seal Home Services. That's what makes them the metal roof experts, the roofing company that has the expertise to install metal roofs for you today and not have to worry about it for 2 years before your payment. Styles and colors, they've got them all. Take advantage right now with Weather Seal, plus a 6-inch gutter upgrade. 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go online to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 17 days until Pittsburgh faces the Falcons. And these are some of your favorite 17s. Mike Wallace, Dick Schreiner, Eli Rogers. The countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Champ Tires. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of the Parkway East, just before the exit for 579. Right 2 lanes are closed. That's causing a backup all the way through the tunnels to Edgewood Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2meninjuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Steelers wrapped up practice today, their final one before they hit the road for Detroit. Preseason finale is 1 o'clock Saturday. You can watch it on Channel 2. Bob Pompiani joined us in the 3 o'clock hour and said he does not think Russell Wilson is a lock to be the Steelers' starting quarterback, and posited if he were, he wouldn't be playing in this game on Saturday. Let's bring in Ray Fittipaldo, brought to you by Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, built on relationships, credibility, and integrity, lgkg.com. Ray, most people in your shoes, like our Jeff Hathorn, have said Russell Wilson could basically throw 10 interceptions in this game on Saturday and still start against the Falcons. Pompiani seems to disagree. Where do you come down on it?
Yeah, I hate to disagree with my good friend Bob, but, I think Russell Wilson is going to be this team's starter. I mean, I see all the stuff in the national media, on all the ESPN shows, and, I would say 90% of their analysts think this is a competition, but
so do the reporters, too. I mean, so do the national insiders. Yeah. Like Charles Robinson said, he thinks that there are people inside the Steelers building that prefer Justin Fields right now, and it wouldn't take much for Wilson to lose the job on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say they're misinformed, but if you're there every day, there's been a clear pecking order in how this unfolded. And it was kind of delayed a little bit because of the calf injury, and, it took longer. And believe me, Pony, I think part of this is Mike Tomlin's fault because he hasn't come out and named a starter.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I just think that's the way he operates. I mean, he kind of did this whole song and dance with Mitch Trubisky and Kenny Pickett when Kenny Pickett was a rookie, and we all knew how that was going to unfold as well. So, listen, Russ is going to be the starter opening day in Atlanta. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's going to be the starter in October if he doesn't play well or if the offense doesn't play well. I mean, everything's on the table because, both those guys are on one-year deals. But if you're just talking about who's going to lead this team over the next 2 weeks and into Atlanta, it's Russell Wilson.
Ray, how do the Steelers, to your understanding, view Fields right now? Like, as a legitimate starter that can step in at any given moment and give them what they need, or do they view him as more of a project that they would like to almost rehabilitate at the position?
Yeah, no, I think they've started the rehab process, but I think based on his improvement, over this past month, I think they feel very comfortable. If he has to go in there for any reason, be it injury or poor performance from Wilson, that they can formulate a game plan around him where they can win games. Now, I don't think it's necessarily going to be as a pocket passer. I still see flaws in the way Justin Fields operates in a traditional pocket. But there are things you could do with running quarterbacks. I mean, this guy rushed for 1,000 yards in this league. I mean, that's not to be downplayed. So, I think Arthur Smith is a creative guy. I think he can make it work with Justin Fields, but I don't think it would be in the traditional quarterback sense that we all kind of have come to know here in Pittsburgh.
Ray, you still feel like Fautanu's going to be at right tackle when Week 1 gets here?
Depends on what happens next week, guys. He's not going to play on Saturday. Roster cut-down day is Tuesday, so they'll be out in the field Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then they have 4 days off before they get back there on Labor Day. So I would say if he's out there Monday and he looks good, he's got a really good chance to start in Atlanta. But if he doesn't practice any of those days next week, then it would be really tough for me to put him out there, opening week, even if he does feel better and is able to practice, 5-6 days before the game. So I'm looking towards next week. I think if he's out there, it's a really great sign that he could be out there Week 1. But if not, I think you just go with the guys who have been practicing and playing in the games.
If he's ready, would Jones or Moore go to the bench?
I think it depends on how Broderick Jones plays on Saturday, guys. I mean, if Broderick Jones looks good, if he doesn't have the issues in pass protection that he did against the Bills, then I think, competition could be on there. You could see that next week potentially. But listen, if there's still some effects from, the injury, and listen, no player is going to come out and say, this is really hurting me. I mean, he did what every player would do, but if there are ongoing issues with this elbow, then, certainly that could retard his progress of getting into the starting lineup.
Ray, how serious do you understand that elbow injury to be? Like, what have you been hearing from people that are not Broderick Jones about the severity or lack thereof?
Just based on what I know, guys, I think it's something that he has to deal with, and it's something that he's going to have to play through. It's one of those things where it's probably not going to get better anytime soon, but they've determined that it can't get worse. The thing that worries me about elbows is, when the ligaments go, they go, and there's nothing really that you can do about it. It's a wear and tear thing. We saw that with Ben Roethlisberger, and we see that with throwing athletes all the time. Now, Broderick's a different story. He's a lineman, but linemen, they have the same ligaments that throwing athletes do, and if they're frayed or whatever, then eventually they're going to go. So that's what we don't know. I don't know exactly what the MRIs say, but that's the one thing that does concern me. So right now it's just something that he has to play through, but who knows what this is going to turn into down the road.
Ray, can you think of, if Fautanu doesn't play obviously against Detroit but then practices next week, can you think of an example in recent or even Steelers history period of a rookie getting the week 1 start with that few actual preseason game reps?
I'd have to go back and look at Pouncey's 2010 season. I can't remember if he was laid up with any kind of an injury. Listen, it would be unique, but we saw how they felt about him a couple of weeks ago when they moved him up to the ones. They really liked what they saw in him. And, Jerry Dulac from our paper wrote a story basically saying that, he was going to stay in the starting lineup. So all I'm saying is if you have 13 days to prepare, and if you're cleared to return on Monday and you have a full 2 weeks, I think they would pull that trigger. So they think really highly of the guy. They believe he's going to be a cornerstone to this line, and I think as long as that sprained knee is healthy, I think he's going to be back in that starting lineup. But, of course, it can't be 90%. It can't be 95%. It's got to be 100%. So we'll see where he is on Monday.
Ray, are the Steelers kicking the tires on other available wide receivers, or are they in a holding pattern because of Ayuk?
I think they're still in a holding pattern. I haven't really heard anything else about other receivers. And, I think we discussed this last week. I wouldn't go after like a 3, 4, or 5. I think you can make it work with the guys who have been in camp, have been working with the quarterbacks, who know the system. You've been here basically for 4 or 6 months. So to me, it's go big or go home. You get Ayuk, great. If not, you just roll with what you have, and you see how that situation in San Francisco unfolds into the season. There's a trade deadline in November. Obviously the compensation would change if Fitz goes into the season. But, I wouldn't be a big fan of kicking the tires on, another guy like Van Jefferson. They got Van Jefferson. They got Calvin Austin. They got all kinds of guys like that. To me, they need a guy like Brandon Ayuk or no one.
All right, let's follow up on that next when we come back. Ray, thank you so much. Ray Fittipaldo. We'll talk next week.
All right, guys. See ya.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. That point, an interesting one because Total Request Thursday is next. Our listeners want us to talk about Brandon Ayuk. That's what they voted on. And a former Penn State wide receiver got dealt to another team in the Commonwealth today. But first, let's get to a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Lions wrap up the preseason on Saturday, a 1 p.m. kick in Detroit. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thank you, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi is what I want to tell you about. Why? Because there's a summer finale going on right now. The best time to get the best deals. Your last chance, really. Don't let summer slip by without taking advantage of these deals. 2 convenient locations, of course, North Huntington in the North Hills. New 2024 Outlanders, you can take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months. There's $5,000 off as well for 1.99% financing for 60 months on new 2024 Eclipse Crosses. You want the new 2024 Outlander Sport, something a little smaller than the 7-passenger Outlander. You can save up to $3,500 on those. Don't forget, when you get into the Mitsu that fits you, it's also coming with that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, plus all the styling and features you want and all-wheel drive. Go to Shorkey Mitsubishi. What do you get? Well, just those great deals and, of course, the highest trade values around and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance. What are you waiting for? Visit them right now. Find the Mitsu that fits you. North Huntington, North Hills, and always online. Western Pennsylvania's best inventory. You can find it at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. And you don't need a campfire to indulge in the sweetness of s'mores. Toast summer at GetGo with a made-to-order s'mores shake, cold brew or latte, featuring toasted marshmallow flavor, chocolate sauce, and crushed graham crackers. All your summer flavor favorites are ready at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Green Day present the Saviors Tour. Live in Pittsburgh, PNC Park, September 1st. Performing both Dookie and American Idiot in their entirety, plus fan favorites and tracks from their new album, Saviors, with the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Green Day, the Saviors Tour, fueled by Monster Energy.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, they make it easy to care for growing minds and stomachs. And with their Deals for School Days program, you'll enjoy savings on thousands of items throughout the store. But don't wait. Featured items are only available at these low prices for a limited time. So stop in and stock up for the ultimate back-to-school pantry. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to UWD.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
It's Water Heater Month at Stahl, with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
That's the power of Bowser.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, that's the power of
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
UPMC Health System urges you to get your heart care, prioritize that, put it first. Your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened today. TRT, Total Request Thursday. What do you want us to talk about at 5:30? Had 4 options today. Brandon Ayuk, Penguins trade, Paul Skenes, fantasy football. 36% of you said, give me more Ayuk. And that was the winner.
God, what is...
Every time we put Ayuk in this, he wins.
I know.
Which goes against the comments.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's like people say they hate Nickelback, and you'll hear, oh, they suck, but yet they sell out.
Well, Donnie
people
doesn't
hate
even
Creed.
got that right.
People hate Creed. Oh, Creed sucks. You're such a loser. You hate Creed. And then there's 20,000 screaming people probably making love while they're singing One Last Breath.
You hear making love to it. Ugh. You heard Ray say last segment that the Steelers are in a holding pattern at wide receiver, which cost them Jahan Dotson, the former Penn State star, went to the Eagles today in a rare intra-division move between the Commanders and Eagles.
I was going to ask Ray. We didn't have a chance. He said don't trade for like another number 3 type wide receiver, and ran out of time. I was going to ask him, would Jahan Dotson have qualified for you as more than a number 3 receiver?
Donnie, would you have made this deal?
What went back in that?
A 3rd and 2 7ths, I believe.
I mean, they're at a point where yes, I would.
So Dotson in a 5th went to Philly,
Eagles.
and then a 3rd and 2 7ths went back to Washington.
Man, I think that's a great deal for Philly. Dotson's been disappointing. You have to take into account the idea, though, that that's a bad quarterbacking situation where only McLaurin's really been able to put up consistent numbers. But he is a talented dude, man. Very talented dude. It would be non-traditional because he's not a big guy, and Wilson, your 3rd guy, is also slight of frame, so it wouldn't be your traditional-looking, maybe big man wide receiver core, but I don't think anyone would dispute the talent if you injected Dotson into that receiver
He's
room.
basically got the same exact height and weight as Deontay Johnson, Jahan Dotson, and he doesn't run backwards and he doesn't drop the ball as often. He's got 11 touchdowns in his first 2 years, and he only played 12 games his first year and caught 7 touchdown passes. I mean, I was stunned by this move. There was a report about a week ago that said something like, based on practice reps and where he was being used by Washington in that offense there, in Cliff Kingsbury's offense, that some of the reporters there thought he might get cut, which is just wild to me. He had more targets in their offense last year, and McLaurin didn't miss any time. Dotson was targeted more by Sam Howell in that offense than McLaurin was. Now, he wasn't as efficient and his numbers weren't as good, but he had more red zone targets too. I mean, he got thrown the ball a lot last year, Chris. And he was acquired. I wouldn't say he was acquired for a song, but I mean, it was not. There wasn't a lot that was.
The 5th rounder's a better pick than 2 7ths, and then it's just basically Dotson for a 3rd.
He's better. I mean, he's much better than Van Jefferson. I feel very confident in saying that, but Ray thinks they're just going to hold out until somebody blinks. In the Ayuk situation, there was a report from our guy from Sports Illustrated there today in San Francisco. What's our pal's name again? Donnie, what's the guy's name?
Cohn.
Grant. Is it Grant or Graham?
It's Grant, and it's Cohn, like Roy Cohn.
Grant Cohn. That Ayuk's now back to not showing up at practice. So there's no Gatorade being had. There's no red and gold outfit. He's back to just not showing up.
And instead of being back to something, I am continuing to steadfastly not give a rat's ass about non-updates.
Well, how is that a non-update? Something's changed.
It is.
He went from looking like he was part of the team and kumbaya and maybe ready to come back in.
No, he wasn't.
Well, he was making small talk. He was chatting up George Kittle. He was showing interest in what they were doing offensively.
Kyle Shanahan has continued to say there is no news to report on this. John Lynch is saying, like, oh, yeah, we've got urgency to bring them back. No, you don't. My guess is right now, just where my head is
Well, how about the Ari Myroff news that you were
tell
all
me
over
about
yesterday.
Ari Myrov.
You said Ari Myrov said it was closer than ever.
Oh,
there.
Closer than ever, and then until it wasn't, Ari. Schefter is really providing an example here. He's staying out of the fray because he knows this thing is a ticking time bomb. It's just making Access journalists and Scoops guys go nuts. Woj would be not touching this. He'd let Shams take all of it if it was an NBA story. My ultimate guess here actually is that he just ends up back with the 49ers and probably reports basically the week of the first game and plays.
But, okay, if that's true, then you should be critical of Omar Khan right now. Because if he's being...
I should have put a finer point on that. Because that's not total truth here. I think he plays for a fully new contract.
All right, so if the end result here is he's back in San Francisco, players that are better than the ones that will get cut are being traded right now, like Dotson. And according to Ray, they're not in on these guys because they're waiting for Ayuk. And if you think that Ayuk is just leading on the Steelers or is just ultimately going to be back in San Francisco, then
I would be critical of Omar.
That Omar's not handling this situation correctly.
They should have done the Dotson deal. Like, if you ask me, all things being equal, do I want to trade? What was the cost? I'm sorry, the reported cost, a second and a third for Ayuk, and then $29 million or whatever it was going to be, $28 million.
Yeah.
If you give me those two, door number one, you get Brandon Ayuk, you pay him that much for 4 years, you give up a second and a third round pick to do it. Or door number two, you get Jahan Dotson. Admittedly, I will say a lesser receiver. You give up 2 sevenths.
He's a borderline 2, high-end 3 is probably what I would call him.
But we don't know for sure what he really is because he's been in Washington this whole time. I would take Jahan Dotson. I don't even need – if I've got him as a borderline 2, very high-end 3, but a guy who could blossom into a better number 2, and then I eventually get Roman Wilson, who I think will slot in quickly as a 3, I'm fine with my
According to Ray, we don't even know what the Steelers' opinion is of Dotson because they're still sitting tight for Ayuk. Right? I mean – it's not even like it's something that they're able to explore, willing to explore, because they're waiting to see what happens with Ayuk.
We hear so much that Omar is just unbelievably patient. Well, being patient isn't always a virtue because it opens up the idea. You don't want to be aggressive and force the issue with the Niners and make them an offer. And, again, I don't think the player is worth this stuff. But, like, let's say just from his perspective, he really wants Ayuk in the end of the day. You be patient long enough, they can decide to have a change of heart and end up keeping the player that you wanted, that you thought eventually they'd blink on. Sometimes it doesn't work to wait somebody out. Sometimes the other guy doesn't blink.
And if that happens, then you go into the season with a guy whose career, or not career, but season high in receiving yards last year was 46 as your number 2, who didn't even fit in Arthur Smith's Falcons offense last year. So... all right, that's an uplifting, positive note to end the show on. Paul Skenes tonight, do you have a prediction? I'm saying 5 innings, 6 runs.
And then a shutdown after this. I'm saying he throws a perfect game, and then the team offers him a $400 million contract.
Donnie, prediction?
I think he gets back to looking pretty dominant, not like what we've seen the last couple of starts. I'll say just 6, but 1 run or less.
How many Ks?
7.
We'll be back tomorrow at 2. Donnie, have fun on high school football. We will be with you then. Thanks, everyone, here at the Rivers. PM Team signing off.
What's better than 1 win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get 1 line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Fall is the perfect excuse to update my wardrobe. So I went to Kohl's and fell in love with dressing up all over again. And all for less. With their Friends and Family sale, I saved 20% on polished pieces for me and my husband. Like dresses, button-downs, and shoes. Plus, I earn Kohl's Cash. Don't take my word for it. Get to Kohl's and discover fall faves for yourself. Select styles. Offers end August 25th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Crowley. Here in Pittsburgh, our summers can be scorching and our winters can be brutal. But Renewal by Andersen Windows can help keep your home more comfortable while helping you save on energy bills. Their smart sunglass options and durable frames built with their signature composite Fibrex material aim to minimize drafts and increase energy efficiency. And all their windows are installed by certified master installers who are true experts, which brings peace of mind knowing they'll do the job right. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st. Call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan angrily reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Service's $93 clog crusher will clear your main drain, or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clogged drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
Call Galease. It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to Kickoff, presented by Hyundai. Houston burst onto the scene last year, led by their young phenom quarterback. After adding a few playmakers in the offseason to bolster their offense, it's fair to wonder if they're already able to compete for a title. Defense coordinators will surely have their hands full all season trying to keep this team in check. Will they take another step towards greatness this season? Journey to Kickoff is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
O'Reilly.
Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. From 2001 to 2019, the Patriots won the AFC East 17 times. And during that stretch, the Bills, Dolphins, and Jets could never consistently get their acts together. The Chiefs are the new NFL dynasty and have won the AFC West for 8 straight years. And while most look at the Bengals and Bills as the biggest challengers to Kansas City, we really need either the Chargers, Broncos, or Raiders to get their damn acts together so the Chiefs actually have one legitimate contender in their division to deal with. I'm Zach Gelb.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way.
It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Pella Windows. It's brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Spitzer Acura, Pennsylvania One Call System, Coors Lion, Bobcat of Pittsburgh. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Rough night or afternoon for the Pirates yesterday, a 1-0 loss to the Rangers. It is a Paul Skenes night in Pittsburgh. The Pirates open a 4-game series with the Cincinnati Reds. Jeff Hathorn with you here on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Pella Windows. Domingo Germán was impressive yesterday. First start with the Pirates, 6 innings, 3 hits, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, and 75 pitches. David Bednar struggled in the 9th. But it was more than that. Probably shouldn't have come down to just that. Another frustrating game where the Pirates weren't opportunistic. Bases loaded twice. Leave 10 on base, struck out 16 times. Well, tonight, back in the NL Central, and a pair of teams that both like their young pitching. Both believe they have all-star shortstops. Both feel like they're in a position to be in the division talk for the rest of this decade. And there's news from today from manager Derek Shelton. He said Paul Skenes will not work on regular rest going forward through the rest of the season. He's not being shut down, but they are going to be careful. What's on Tap is brought to you by Blue Moon and Level 20 in Bethel Park. Coming up, you'll hear what Shelton said about Skenes' recent outings and what he said about their thoughts of him going forward and how they're going to use him. A starting lineup with a ton of righties today. What Shelton also said, in people that have compared O'Neill Cruz and Ellie Dela Cruz, plus an exciting night in AAA and a number of scores from earlier today. Let's get to the starting lineup, brought to you by Bobcat of Pittsburgh. For the Cincinnati Reds, Jonathan India is the designated hitter, 12 home runs. He leads off. Ellie De La Cruz, 262 average, 22 homers, 56 RBIs, 60 stolen bases. Spencer Steers, 19 home runs. He is in left field. TJ Friedel in center. Ahmad Rosario in right. Santiago Espinal in second. Dominic Smith at first. And it's funny because if you look at the lineup card, the Dominic Smith, he is number 0. So in the lineup card, it says 0 or O Smith, which to me automatically says, Ozzie Smith's at first base. Well, Marte is at third, and Luke Maile is the catcher for Cincinnati. as the Cincinnati Reds have a very similar, although not exact, story of the Pittsburgh Pirates this year. The records are not that far off. The Reds 62-65. They've been better recently. Pirates 59-67. And we'll lead off with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at second. Brian Reynolds in left field, 19 home runs for the number 2 hitter. Joey Bart is the DH tonight. 12 homers, 36 driven in, 277 average for Bart. Brian De La Cruz is the cleanup hitter for the Pirates, has 18 home runs, still looking for that first with the Pirates. O'Neal Cruz has 18 home runs. Connor Joe is at first base. Jared Triolo has 6 home runs and found a little power recently. He is at third. Then Yasmani Grandal behind the plate catching Paul Skenes, and Michael A. Taylor is in center field. So let's look briefly at the 2 shortstops. O'Neal Cruz against Elly De La Cruz. I mean, this could be the story, offensively at least, of these matchups for a decade. The 6'5", switch-hitting 22-year-old Elly, arbitration eligible in 27, not a free agent until 2030. O'Neal Cruz, 25, lefty hitting, of course, arbitration in 26, free agent in 29. There's similarities, especially physically. I mean, there's a couple inches that separate them, but they seem similar. They're both excitable. They both seem like they take 5 strides to get between bases. Elly this year in 125 games, 477 at-bats, 82 runs, 28 doubles, 8 triples, 22 homers, 56 RBIs, 262 average, 345 on base, 838 OPS, 60 stolen bases, and 26 errors. O'Neal Cruz, 113 games, 423 at-bats, 56 runs, 27 doubles, only 1 fewer, 3 triples, 18 home runs, only 4 fewer in 12 less games, 62 RBIs, that's more than Elly. Average exactly the same at 262. 322 on base, 790 is the OPS. $15 stolen bases for O'Neal Cruz and 24 errors. They have combined for 50 errors this year. In August, Elly's hitting 263 with 11 extra base hits, 5 stolen bases. O'Neal's hitting 362, 448 on base, 7 extra base hits, and 6 stolen bases. When we come back, we are going to hear what Derek Shelton said about comparing those two. Also, we'll get his thoughts on Paul Skenes and what the Pirates' plan is, or at least a skeleton of their plan going forward with the big righty. It's the Bucks and Reds as we get you ready on the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. North Shore Tavern, your home for Steak on a Stone.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild in Soak Zone. Enjoy an unforgettable day at the world's best children's park with over 40 unique family-size rides and attractions. Make it a splash-tastic summer with Soak Zone slides, wave pool, and lazy river. The excitement goes all year with a full season of special events like Neighbor Days and Hallow this fall. Get rides and slides for one low price. Find the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
O'Reilly.
Now's the time to replace your worn-out brakes and save at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking today. Our professional parts people can recommend the right brakes for your vehicle and budget. In-store at O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to Kickoff, presented by Hyundai. Houston burst onto the scene last year, led by their young phenom quarterback. After adding a few playmakers in the offseason to bolster their offense, it's fair to wonder if they're already able to compete for a title. Defense coordinators will surely have their hands full all season trying to keep this team in check. Will they take another step towards greatness this season? Journey to Kickoff is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyond's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jeff Hathorn back with you. It is the Pirates and Reds. Nick Lodolo against Paul Skenes. We'll preview that matchup coming up. But first, what Derek Shelton said of, it's easy to look at them. They're both big shortstops. What does he think of this potential similarities between Elly De La Cruz and O'Neal Cruz?
I think they're similar because they're both big, athletic, middle of the infield players. O'Neill's also 6'7", Ellie's 6'4". Those 3 inches are big, I mean, in terms of movement. The other comparison is O'Neill's coming off a significant major injury, So I think they're both really good for the game. I think they're both really fun, and they're both athletic. But I do think there's differences. Ellie switch hits, O'Neill doesn't. So, I think the factor comes into play that they're both energetic, talented kids that do things in the StatCast era that make everybody kind of open their eyes. But I think they're also very different players in certain respects.
Do you think O'Neill, obviously, like you mentioned, coming off a major injury, he talked about being a 40-40 guy. Do you think he still has it in him to be a proficient base field?
Yeah, I think he's going to continue to get better at it. I mean, there's days still that O'Neill doesn't feel good with his ankle, or like he jammed it, I think, when we were home, the Seattle series, going back in, and that lingers for a few days. And so there's times when he can get on it, and there's times he can't. So I think the farther we get away from the injury, and then the more reps he has, he's going to become a better base stealer. I would definitely agree with that.
Pitching matchup presented by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Lawyers of LGKG. LGKG, your home team for over 90 years. Nick Lodolo, 26-year-old 6'6" lefty, 7th overall pick from the Reds, for the Reds from TCU in 2019. He's 9-5, 4.55 ERA, 20 starts, 110 2/3, 113 strikeouts to 34 walks, a 120 WHIP. Last 7 starts, though. 7.05 ERA, 37 innings, 14 walks, 36 strikeouts, 141 WHIP. Throws the four-seamer about 43% of the time at 94 miles an hour. Curve 27%. Gets that down to 81 miles an hour. Only a 172 batting average against, and that's where he gets the majority of his strikeouts, is with that curve. The change, 16% in the sinker at 13. Against the Pirates, he has a win this year. 7 innings. A couple months ago, 4 hits, a run, and 8 strikeouts. Paul Skenes for the Pirates, 7-2, 2.30 ERA with an 0.96 WHIP, 98 innings, 71 hits, 24 walks, 121 strikeouts. In August, 1-1, 3 games, 17 1/3, 14 hits, 8 runs, 8 walks, 18 strikeouts. The ERA is 4.15 and the 127 WHIP. He's walked 11 in his last 4 starts, walked 13 in his first 12 starts. So 11 in his last 4. He walked 13 total in his first 12. Of course, he throws the four-seamer, splinker, sinker, slider, curve, change. He throws a little bit of everything. Skenes that fastball up to around 99 miles an hour average. He also has a win against Cincinnati. 6 innings, 6 hits, a run, a walk, and 7 strikeouts. So we asked Derek Shelton about what he's seen from Skenes recently, and is it just kind of him navigating his first pro season?
Yeah, I think the navigation through the year is something that is important. I mean, this is not just his first major league season. This is his first professional season. And there's a couple components to it. You have to learn to get through a major league or any professional season, which he's doing at the major league level. And then the second thing is he's been so efficient that when you start to have some maybe normal starts, it gets kind of magnified because of how good he's been. And then the third thing is, we've seen him lose his delivery at times a little bit. And when you lose your delivery, that's when the ball kind of scatters a little bit. And so I think those combination of all three are something that have come into play there.
What do you hope to see from him then? He's already faced this red lineup and did really, really well last time. So now that he's doing it again at this point in the season. Just
go out and attack him. I mean, he'd stay in his delivery and stay in the zone. I think those are the most important things.
Whenever we talk about his workload for the year, obviously innings is going to be part of a lot, but how much of it is just the calendar and how many months did he pitch compared to what he did in college?
The calendar's huge. I mean, I think back to Jeff's point, you have to learn how to get through a major league season. It's really important, and most guys are able to do it. You look at a majority, if not 95% of major league players, not just major league pitchers, are doing it. They have at least one season in the minor league, if not 2 seasons. So what he's doing is something that's very different. It's very special, and it's something that where we also have to be very mindful of. He's learning how to pitch on August 21st or 22nd. He's going to learn how to pitch in September. All those things that most guys get the opportunity to do multiple years in the minor leagues, and he's not. So that's where we have to be mindful of what he's done, what his volume is, what his workload, all those things.
And Derek Shelton went on to say that they are going to monitor that workload. He's not going to be a normal 4 days of rest pitcher. We'll hear that entire clip on the postgame show. Coming up, big day in AAA, plus a few scores from earlier today. It's a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows on your home of the Pirates, 93.7 The Fan.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers gets you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Duffy's in Pleasant Hills.
Big announcement. Bobcat of Pittsburgh is adding to the family. Their new North Huntington location is now open, located in North Huntington, Pennsylvania. Bobcat of Pittsburgh North Huntington offers a wide range of Bobcat equipment, including skid steer loaders, compact excavators, compact tractors, utility vehicles, and attachments. Their products are designed to be strong, tough, and reliable. Visit Bobcat at Pittsburgh North Huntington, located at 7862 State Route 30, and experience the Bobcat difference.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi, with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose Load 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Green Day present the Saviors Tour. Live in Pittsburgh, PNC Park, September 1st. Performing both Dookie and American Idiot in their entirety, plus fan favorites and tracks from their new album, Saviors, with the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Green Day, the Saviors Tour, fueled by Monster Energy.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrongonewire.com/business.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Come see the changes at Club Erotica. Open for your team's favorite games. Watch the big screens in their new seating area with beautiful girls. Free admission between 7 and 8 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday. Join their in-house fantasy football league with weekly payouts and prizes. Happy birthday, Dom the intern.
Now, back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Around the league, presented by Pella Windows, PellaPittsburgh.com. Cardinals beat the Brewers this afternoon. Miles Michaelis, 6 innings, 2 hits, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. St. Louis wins it 3-0 over Milwaukee. Cubs beat the Tigers 10-2. Justin Steele, 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 10 strikeouts. Nationals 8, Rockies 3. Patrick Corbin, his 3rd win of the season. Aaron Judge went deep again. Judge hit his 48th home run. He hit 2 last night, 6 home runs in his last 7 games, 16 in his last 33 games for Aaron Judge. Garrett Cole, 6 innings, a hit, 5 walks, 2 strikeouts, as the Yankees win it 9-0. Looking at the future, presented by Allegiant Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future at AllegiantFCU.org. It is a Bubba Day for Indy in Columbus, the 21-year-old in AAA. 2 starts, 1-0, 13 innings, 17 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Bubba Chandler pitches in AAA tonight. And, hey, Jack Sawinski hit a homer in his last game. Maybe Sawinski is going to get on some type of roll. Double-A Drake Fellows starts for Altoona tonight. Keys to the Game brought to you by Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Visit SpitzerAcura.com. Need to let Skenes just calm down. Get him a few runs, and then let him go to work. The Call of the Game is next with Joe Block and John Wayner, brought to you by the Pennsylvania One Call System. Our thanks to Joel Nelson. We'll see you after the game right here on the home of the Bucks.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
AC working overtime this summer? Tune up with Glee Services. Their $55 AC tune-up enhances comfort. Call 412-831-6199. Not valid with other offers. One-time use per home. PA 10887.
Call Gleese.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit PA1call.org to learn more.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and cop books are just 50 cents each at Staples. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program. In-store only. Offer ends 8/24, limit 20. Save big on back to school at Staples.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
At Ron Lewis Automotive in Cranberry, Pleasant Hills, and Wayne